What up, Myth? How you doing? What up, Myth? How you doing? How's it going? How's your Sunday? All that good stuff. How's it going? How's your Sunday? All that good stuff. Nation. In time and watch you pass by. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no! In the middle of an ad! No! Ah! We're getting right in the middle of an ad. Ah! We're getting right in the middle of an ad. I'm Remedy Death. How you doing, dude? How's it going, guys? We're just starting up our stream here. Like, literally just started. I'm a minute into it. It's crazy. Insane raid. Thank you. Thank you, Yibwan. I was actually, I was in your stream earlier. I don't know if you can hear me right now. You might be watching an ad. I was lurking in your stream and I saw you were studying some faces. Pretty cool. How'd that go? How was your stream today? Pretty cool. How'd that go? How was your stream today? Don't have to fight alone. Nobody's battle but your own. What up, Otter? How you doing? We're just getting our feet going here. I think the ads are going to be done in 1 minute. Unfortunately, everybody just raided in to a long ad. How's it going, Yee? How's it going? I'm going to give you a little shout out here, dude. I don't know if you can hear me yet, or if you're still stuck in the ads. Let me know if you can hear me. It went all right? Okay, cool, dude. I saw you were doing heads earlier. I was lurking while you were doing some head studies. Very relatable, given that I've just been drawing heads nonstop for the last little while, so... It's just, there's something really nice about drawing heads. If you want to share anything that you were working on, you're more than welcome to. I had more fun when I switched to objects. Really, eh? I tried doing buildings and stuff the other day. Like, I was doing some... Catholic or or Gothic architecture analysis. Oops. There was a drawing somewhere here where I did like a proper building. I was doing like some building studies and stuff. Oops. But generally, those expressions are so good. Thanks, man. Thanks. Do you want to share anything that you were working on? The bot. The bot. Rocking an 8.7. He's hung, dude. What can I say? I'm gonna drop a live notification in my Discord. Normally what I do, and you guys caught me at a bit of an inopportune time. Normally what I do is I try and run the first set of ads before I let everybody know that I'm live. That way I can sort of get them out of the way and we can minimize so many people getting stuck in a set of ads. You guys rated in flat tap in the middle of a 3-minute ad run though, so very unfortunate. But hopefully a lot of you guys are out of it now. And, yeah. Crazy. Thank you for the raid, dude. Do you want to share anything that you were working on? Whether it be the faces you were studying earlier or the objects. Feel free to drop a link. There's no permission needed. Just go for it, dude. Hey, Toasty. What up, dude? Long time no see. How's it going? Whoa, that color drawing's so good. Which one? This girl? Thanks. Yeah, we painted her a long time ago, actually. It's been a while now. This page, my pages are incredibly chaotic. I just kind of do random shit on each pages. And so they're always filled with, like, tons of different things. This one's probably my favorite, to be honest. Hey, an anonymous gifter gave one, a gifted sub. Thank you, anonymous gifter who's totally not Otter Oxenfree. How's it going? Yeah, and then just kind of all over the place with stuff. We jump around, guys. We also do animation from time to time. If you guys like animation, you'll probably catch me animating, honestly, maybe once a year. Maybe once or twice a year. I've really not been heavy on the animation. This is very choppy right now because it's got to render in. But I promise it moves smoother than that. Sure, I can gather the ones I like. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, gather whatever you want. And then link it up. No rush. Take your time, dude. Take your time. I'm going to let this sort of render out. There you go. I think it's smoother now. But yeah, so we do a little bit of everything here. Animation. I'm trying to get into more building design and stuff. My goal is just to really be as well-rounded as I can be. Do you have a YouTube channel, maybe? I have a YouTube channel. I will say, I only really post shorts. And I'm live right now on YouTube as well. So I multi-stream on YouTube. So if you do prefer YouTube as a platform, you're more than welcome to hang out in my YouTube. I track my YouTube chat as best as I can. Sometimes they're like my neglected child a little bit. But I'll send you the link to the live right now. It's going to be the same thing as what's going on here. Minus the Spotify music. We've probably got some generic video game music on YouTube right now. Solo animator working on everything? Exactly. I just want to be as well-rounded as I can. I want basically to be like that guy who could just sort of jump into any domain. These are some other paintings we did. So we had a little bit of a Naruto phase for like a month. And now we're doing this guy. Danke! No problem. I don't know how to say no problem in German. Does YouTube Live pay you more? Actually, no, it doesn't pay me at all. So my YouTube, you know, I've been doing pretty well on Twitch this last year. YouTube, for whatever reason, has not picked off. I probably average one viewer, 1 or 2 viewers every time I'm live on YouTube, and I've been doing it probably as long as Twitch. So YouTube is just, the algorithm has just not been as friendly to me. Which is surprising, because most people say that the YouTube algorithm is better. But I feel like for lives, it's been a little bit difficult. And so I haven't qualified for monetization on YouTube, unfortunately. That being said, though, I do appreciate everybody that shows up on YouTube. It's always fun. Bow, bow, bow. What up, Jay Thompson? How you doing over there on YouTube? EJ Thompson, my bad. I assume you're somebody from Twitch, or maybe you're just a raw YouTube viewer. Oh, fuck those guys then. Nah. I think look, the monetization standard on YouTube is pretty high. So I think you need a minimum of 1,000 followers, which I don't have yet, and you need 4,000 watch hours, which I certainly don't have yet. But maybe one day, you know. I do wonder what the monetization's like on YouTube. Who knows? We'll only know once we get there, right? But see y'all later, Spooky. I'm gonna chill. Alright, peace, Otter. I appreciate you coming out. Chillin', bro. I'm also on your Twitch. Yeah, that's what I figured. I appreciate you, dude. Thanks for showing out. But yeah, so that's a little bit about me. And then the final thing about this channel that I think is actually pretty unique compared to other channels is that we have a Discord with a critiques channel in it. And if you post in the critiques channel, I will give you live feedback on your work for free. So long as I'm live and you're in chat, we'll give you a little critique so you can get some feedback on your work. So I'll shout out the Discord here, and then we'll wait for Juan to drop the drawings he was doing today. Death Remedy, how's it going over there? Damn. We're popping off on YouTube. I'm a mom, I made it. I'm gonna be a star. This looks fire. Thank you, Crow Doodle. How you doing today? This looks fire. Thank you, Crow Doodle. Another swarm returner. Love to see it. Another swarm returner. Guess who that EJ Thompson guy is? I wonder. Guess who that EJ Thompson guy is? I have no idea. Dude, that thumbnail in the like music player in the bottom left of my screen right now is the most insane loop. Well, you guys get to watch that for 3.5 minutes. Good watching you draw while I draw? Hell yeah, dude. What are you drawing? Let me clear these guys out. I'm probably still going to be working on this guy. I do really want to paint him. And then we have some critiques that we have to do also. So when Nancy gets here, or when... I don't know what Kim Wexler's name is on Twitch. Kim, if you're here, I don't know what your name is on Twitch, because I don't recognize a Kim Wexler on Twitch. But if you want to critique, also let me know when you get here, and I'll be sure to go through that for you. A Medusa portrait. Hell yeah. Fuck. Loxkun, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Loxkun, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Also, Buon, if I move on at any point in time, just poke me with your link. Just drop it in the chat, and I'll pull it up. All right. Take your time. Will you color it or no? I'm probably gonna color this guy actually. I'm gonna do sort of a similar style of coloring that I did to this girl. I want to do a more painterly look, so I probably will color him. That is the goal right now. Oops. But I gotta finish him first. Mostly his hand area. I'm probably gonna have to reference my own hand to figure this out, but... Yay ball? What does that mean? Yay ball? What does that mean? You speak in foreign languages? I'm limited, dude. I only understand English and French, so if we can operate in those languages, I'll know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you're just gonna be throwing words into the void. Hulk Hogan the furry. Do you guys think the real Hulk Hogan was a furry? I feel like he would be, but I feel like he would be in a way that he's not, like, aware that he is. He probably just thinks it's sick as fuck to have, like, fur outfits. How's it going, Hogan? Do you have any tips on composition? I know it's, like, a broad concept, but I feel like I've kind of reached the edges of what I can learn genetically without diving into some composition of things. Look, the majority of your skill is going to come from, you know, practice. It's not really going to come from your genetics. There's for sure, like, a component of ability that people are going to have, and it's going to vary from person to person. But most people, outside of extreme circumstances, are going to be able to reach a pretty high level in art if they take it serious, you know? So, with that out of the way, do I have any generic composition tips? I mean, I guess I would say decide what the tone of your scene is, and then set it up based off of that, you know? Like, if your scene is... Is it a big, intimidating, like, environmental scene? Maybe you want to do, like a top-down thing, where you got, like, you're very, very, very low on the shot, your horizon line is super high up, you know? Maybe, like, something a little bit more extreme, where it makes your character feel small. Maybe it's the opposite, you know? Maybe instead of having, like, this giant tower that's, like, towering over everything and feels super intimidating, you know? Maybe you have, like, a composition that's, like, a bird's eye view, where you're, like, you're up in the sky, you're looking down at the landscape, and you're establishing a shot, right? I think the big thing with composition is... a lot of composition is narrative driven. So if you wanna really understand what composition to take, and this is coming from somebody with very limited composition knowledge, okay? Everything I say right now is very theoretical knowledge. Buon dropped us a link. Okay, hell yeah, dude. All right, we'll pull that up in 2 seconds. Just gonna finish this little composition spiel, and then we'll pull that up. A lot of composition is gonna be narrative driven, and so your goal should be to determine what the emotion you're trying to put through the scene is, and then set up your composition to supplement that, right? Or to support it, or to amplify it. That really is what composition's for. You're supposed to drive the narrative through your composition. Anyways, that's sort of my understanding of it, Jadu. So if you have a generic question, that's my generic answer, right? Is determine what the emotion and the goal is with the composition, and then look into compositions that are going to work to amplify that. And then you'll limit the options that you could choose from, and it'll make it a lot easier to make those choices. The howling audio jump scared me? I know. You're making a comic or manga, or is it just art? Right now it's just art, but the idea is to do exploration for a comic. I do need to get my buildings up. Anyways, we're gonna take a look at Buon's work here. Fantastic artists here on Twitch. I was looking at their stream earlier, and they were doing studies of faces when I tuned in, but it looks like they pivoted to doing object studies. These are fucking awesome, dude. I feel like I very When I'm hype at a drawing, okay, I want to make it clear. This is actually genuinely very, very, very well done, dude. These are super nice, especially the perspective and all that stuff on all of these. Like, these are fantastic. They're really, like, you could tell your understanding of, like, 3D structure is awesome. And I've seen your work before, dude, so I just know it is. Like, if those of you guys don't know, you should follow Abwan, or you should follow Abwan here on Twitch. They're an incredible artist, and especially if you like really colorful, almost like, I want to say earth tony, if I'm remembering correctly. If you like that sort of, like, nice rendering style, they're your guy or girl. I get your mic off today, so I'm not really sure, but yeah, dude, fantastic stuff, guys. Go follow Yibwan on Twitch and everywhere else, to be honest. Also, dude, if you want to drop any links to, like, Instagram, to Blue Sky, Twitter, whatever, dude. OnlyFans, Rule 34, Fur Affinity. I'm just kidding. But whatever you want, drop them. The floor is yours, dude. Nancy, how's it going? Okay, do you want to go over your the critique you popped in earlier? Yeah, maybe not the OnlyFans. We'll save that for Picardo. I'm not streaming there though. Maybe one day. These are paintings. These are not paintings. These are reference images. But these are line sketches that Juan did. Also, if I'm butchering your name, let me know. I think I actually cropped it a little bit too much there. There you go. We'll do a little bit more like that. These are studies, and they do fantastic character art, dude. Like really, really nice stuff. Thank you for letting me share. I'm gonna lurk. I'm gonna head to rest. Maybe I'll listen in on the critiques. Hey, do your thing, dude. Do your thing. Thanks for popping in. Thank you for giving me a raid at the start of the stream here. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Or night. Presumably night if you're going to bed, but... Yasu's fine if it's easier. I'll try and remember. I will try and remember. So many people come in and ask me to call them something. I will try Yasu. I will try and remember Yasu. Who's your inspiration for your style? I saw your question. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip it. I just, there was a lot going on. My style, I mean, I don't have one inspiration source. I think, much like human evolution, a style is a combination of different things in different phases of your life. Some things that you like to do stick around, and some things fade away, and you transition into new ways of doing things, and based on your tastes and time in your life and all that stuff. I think I'm an amalgamation of a lot of different artists, most likely. Yo, Snack, yo, Verb. I can list you off a couple that off the top of my head that I really like, and that you'll probably see a lot of my some stylistic similarities with. One of them being Nabet Zitro. He was kind of like an obsession of mine for years when I started out. He was an incredible artist. He did a lot of variant artist work for I think DC Comics and stuff like that. He was great. Nabet Zitro is one of them. Boel. And these are the same ones I mentioned yesterday. Boel. I think it's, I want to say Oyino like this on Instagram. Tyler Jacobson for like rendering style. I loved Tyler Jacobson growing up. If you guys have ever played Dungeons and Dragons, he did all the cover art for the player's handbook, the DM guide, like the DM also like screen panel or whatever with all the dragons and shit. That's him. I'm sure you guys have all seen his work before, but Tyler Jacobson is incredible. Honestly, massive painting inspiration. Those are probably sort of my big ones. And then I've obviously got inspiration from a bunch of other artists. Like when I started learning to draw, like 10 years ago at this point, I watched a lot of Cynics on YouTube. I watched a lot of Psychra. I watched a lot of Ahmed Al-Duri. a lot of modern day James, all of those guys really. And then I guess one other one that I didn't mention, Sung Moo Moo. Sung Moo Hyao is his name, I think. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but the Korean fella. He's this is his Instagram handle. He's probably right now probably my biggest inspiration. Honestly, one of the fucking most cracked artists I think alive, in my opinion. EO58 also. Probably, you know what? EO58 is probably the most cracked artist alive right now. In my opinion. And I know art is very subjective, and I'm objectifying it a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. These are my opinions. Take it or leave it type deal. Do you know Dominic Mayer? It rings a bell. There's so many fantastic artists, though. Dominic Mayer. Oh my god, this is beautiful, dude. This is really nice stuff. Let me pull up some of his stuff here. This wouldn't surprise me if he's done work for things like Dishonored and shit like that. I don't think he did, because I think the Dishonored guy is like this Russian dude or whatever, but yeah, this is really fucking nice. I'm gonna try and find a piece to pull up. I really like the use of red, black, and white in pieces. This is Dominic Mayer. He seems to really like to utilize saturated reds, which I think that's like exactly up my alley. Black, white, saturated reds, all that stuff, really up my alley, dude. Yeah, you nailed it. That's for sure something that I would love. Incredible work. You could tell, like, compositionally too, it's so well thought out. Like, a lot of people don't really realize. I'm gonna move it over just so I can sort of show you guys the genius that goes into stuff like this. So he's set up his composition in a way that's like really intentional. Okay, so normally I would do this in red, but it's not gonna contrast well, so I'll do it in blue. But you can see he's got the subject here. First of all, it's on a third of the canvas, roughly. I know it's not exactly on a third, but the central figure is on this third, right? Which is a big focal area, right? If you break it out, the rule of thirds is a common compositional thing. So that's, Jadu, going back to your question, this is another thing that you could keep in mind when you're doing compositions. Rule of thirds are a big one. You can put a lot of things on these third areas here, and it's going to sort of feel a little bit more balanced in the scene. So he's got his character on a rule of thirds. Then what he's done is he's done this sort of accenting shape. I'm going to do it on a layer above, actually. He's got this sort of accenting shape, silhouetting the character. Just sort of like you can really narrow in on where you're supposed to look. Like there's no guesswork necessary. You know exactly where he wants you to look, right? He wants you to look in this exact spot. He's framed the character in such a way that you're not. This is literally an arrow pointing to the area where you're supposed to look. Okay, and then all of the other poses in here are all serving this piece. Look, these arms are going up and they stem out, and he's got this beautiful flow coming through here. Like this is all intentional, guys. This is not. There's no way he magically stumbled upon this. Okay, this is all stuff that he deliberately did. And because there's a lot of strong blacks and reds and contrasting forms here and colors, he's also got this nice little rest area where you could sort of, but because it's so starkly different, it leads you up into this arrow. This is master level composition, guys. So yeah, thanks for sharing that, dude. Fantastic work by Dominic Mayer. Anyways. Okay. What do we got? Noting these down for the future. Do it. Forgot EO58 here. I didn't. EO. A lot of Magic the Gathering. He did a lot of Magic the Gathering shit. I could see that. Like cards and stuff. Huge inspo for me. Love the forms and colors. Oh yeah. Really nice stuff, dude. Alright, we were gonna do a critique for Nancy. Nancy said BRB, so I guess we'll wait for Nancy to come back. I think Kim Wexler was the other one. I don't know if she's in chat right now. Kim, if you're here, let me know, and we can also go over your stuff. I gotta take my hoodie off, dude. I'm fucking sweating. At what point do you think he comes up with these ideas? Is it more like in the beginning when he's laying down sketches and playing around with the idea, or do you think it's just a go with the flow type beat? It's gonna be different for every artist. That being said, my guess is he probably thumbnails. Something like complex like that. There's probably a thumbnail stage where he's drawing it incredibly small, you know, choosing his values and stuff. Like he's probably starting like on a canvas maybe this big, literally. And then he's just sort of painting things in roughly, you know, thinking about what he's gonna do. Like it really is probably that's how he starts. A lot of Magic the Gathering guys and a lot of like splash artists and stuff like that will start with thumbnails and then they'll build on their thumbnails. So they'll start really small and then they'll add layers of detail as they go and go and go to keep things simple. Because big complicated pieces like that, they're not really things that I mean, it's not impossible to just sort of wing it, but generally speaking, in professional pipelines, you're going to limit the amount of mistakes you have if you have like a clean process that sort of is like on rails. Guys, I'm going to be right back. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm going to fill my coffee mug. BRB. Hey, we're back. Okay. Sungmu's a beast. Like a triple frame. Dude, yeah, he's goated. I genuinely, like, his understanding of anatomy is on another fucking level. I don't know that if he does, like, environments and stuff like that. I've seen him do some environmental work, maybe. But generally speaking, he's probably one of the best character artists out there right now. Him and EO58, in my opinion. They have a lot of crossover in the sense that they do cute, like, anime girls and shit like that. But, yeah, I don't know. They're like on another level. Like big time. Like if I could be at that skill level in like 20 years, I could die happy, I think. Well, I mean that's saying a lot, dude. That's basically being like if I could be the best artist in the world, I would die happy. It's like, yeah, of course you would. Reno Tuna's another monster. Reno Tuna is also a beast. Okay, what layer was I drawing this shit on? Whoopsies, I don't want to erase that foot. 20 years? I mean, yeah, I feel like getting to that level of skill is really difficult, you know? Art is really one of those things that, it's a bitch to get really, really good. And it's a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of study. Like, I feel like I have a lot of like theoretical knowledge, but applying a lot of the stuff that these guys are doing is that's gonna take years. Maybe not 20 years, but certainly a while. I would like to be a master artist one day, you know? I don't care if one day we're all hooked up to like fucking AI brain chips and shit. I still want my raw human drawing capabilities to shine. How's it going, Kimdo? You can do it, Date Bio. Thank you. I'm gonna be the greatest art Hokage ever. But yeah, how's your Sunday going, everyone? Little Sunday stream. I didn't stream last Sunday because I bought Pocopia and I didn't feel like working, you know. So I was having a lazy Sunday, so I canceled the stream, which I told you guys is pretty rare for me. Normally I don't cancel stream just because I want a game. But how you doing? Everything nice? I missed you. What do you mean? I've been right here. How you doing, Rufflers? I missed you too. I've been here all weekend. IU Dash, is that his name? Jadu, do I gotta ban her for doxing? Flipped? His name's not Discord, dude. Holy fuck, I just took a swig of my coffee. That is piping hot, dude. I was still in like muscle memory from my last fill. It's just that I wasn't having a good day, and I couldn't join your last stream, but I'm happy to be here right now. Hey, dude. I appreciate you here whenever you can be here, alright? You don't have to feel the pressure to be here. You don't have to feel bad if you miss a stream. If you're having a bad day, you're having a bad day. And even if you want to just have a good day and just dick around and play video games and not watch me, I'm with you in spirit, dude. I encourage it. Hero does a wonderful job of coming up with creative and unique ways to summon me. Does she? I hesitate to ask. I don't like these shapes. We got shapes here that I'm not digging. I think they could be better. Oh yeah, it's just I missed your work. Thank you for the words. Hey, no worries, dude. I missed Mr. Presents. It is nice. I feel like we've had a lot more people like this this week in particular. Obviously, in part due to Nancy's help, but and the Swarm and Neurosama. I don't know if I like that. I want to show like wrinkles coming from his like penis area, but I don't know how to like make them appealing, you know? Without, I don't want to feel too heavy either. Yo, Vopsy, how's it going? Yo, stream's going well, and I hope everyone's weekend is great. I'm gonna be lurking, but want to say hello since I know Twitch hates lurkers. Does Twitch hate lurkers? I love lurkers, so, you know. Give me all the lurkers. Enjoy your lurk, dude. Thanks for popping in. Appealing wrinkles. Kind of. That's what I want. I want my wrinkles to sort of show form, but also feel like it suits the aesthetic, you know? Crotch wrinkles are always something I struggle with. I'm gonna make the leg a little bit smaller here. It's just a little too big, in my opinion. I feel like the guy has sort of like this slick, sort of dexterous look to him. I don't want to make the pants too bulky. Also, when I say appealing wrinkles, specifically what I'm talking about is appealing shape. Like, wrinkles, fabric folds, all that stuff, there's logic to them, but there's also a lot of subjectivity, where you can just do stuff to try and make it feel as nice as possible, and a lot of that just comes down to the shapes you choose. And the best thing you can do is experiment and try different shapes. And so that's what I mean, you know? I wanna do stuff that feels unique. Like, I'm wondering right now if this is like a tangent and it all feels like one solid line. I don't really want that. Shapes in negative space, exactly. I actually have to think about my negative space a little bit better here. It's too much, you know? I don't want it to be distracting. I think it's probably fine as is. We're gonna give him a big Jingle Bell type ball at the end of his like shoe here. I want to make this one big, but I don't want it to tangent the top of the foot. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Like, see, it's still smaller than this one, but if I make it any bigger, it's gonna get real close to tangenting here. Jingle, jingle, exactly. Ooh, actually, let me make sure Songify is working so you guys can request some songs. I think it's working. Let me drop a link just so you don't have to waste your freaking song redeems. Let me try this out. Come on, please work. There you go. It does work. Excellent. The bot is not shitting itself today. Excellent. Snack, you're lying? I don't lie, dude. I love this song, by the way. Yeah, see, it's tangenting now. I don't like that. What are you suffering for? Can I share music? Of course you can, dude. Can I share music? Of course you can, dude. I'm either saying the truth or lying. How can I do it? If you go down to the bottom, below where it says send a message, you see the little bubble? If you click on that, and then you click on the request song reward, if you drop a Spotify link in there, like a Spotify link to the song you want to queue up, and then hit enter, it'll queue it up. That's it. That's all you gotta do. It doesn't really work with YouTube links. And if you just type the name of the song, it'll sometimes work, but it'll sometimes pull up a random song. So the best bet is to actually just drop a link to the actual song on Spotify. Yeah, you know what? Maybe no balls on his toes, dude. Or maybe smaller ones. You know what he could do? We could also just give him some sort of like fun little circular pattern here. Won't you pass by? My side. Oh, I fight alone. You shouldn't have to fight at all. This implies I gotta download Spotify. Tragic. Unfortunate, yeah. It is what it is. It's just that the bot works better with Spotify. Actually, it only works with Spotify. I don't like that. I do not like that. Time to watch you pass by. Maybe this thing needs like a little bit of a heel to it, you know? Or not a heel, but whatever this is, like a little pointy flap here. I don't like that. I think it breaks the flow of the gesture and the pose a little bit. Honest man, I'll bunch your own. I don't even know if you need a Spotify account. Can you not just go on like Spotify web and just like look up the song? Maybe you do. I don't know. This is one of my favorite songs. It's good. It's good. I always hesitate whenever people are like, can I queue up some stuff? I always say yes. But sometimes, you know, people's choices don't always mix with mine. Not to say their choices are bad. Unless, you know, you're queuing up the Duck song, then your choices are bad. But generally speaking, it's always a little gamble. But no, I like this song. For whatever reason, I was not expecting it to be in English, just because of the little accent circumflex on the boa, but waddle, waddle, waddle. You liked it? I do like it. Waddle, waddle, waddle. You liked it? I do like it. It's the Waddle song, and then what's the other one that drives me crazy? The parked in the parking lot or whatever. Honestly, I don't hate the song. I kind of hate that I like the song. The Martin Luther King song is ass, though. I will say. Looking at you, Jadu. Bo is just a great group. Hell yeah. Bo is just a great group. Hell yeah. Okay, I gotta check. Which ankle's higher, guys? Racism? Okay, I gotta check. Which ankle's Yeah, you're making me racist. Alright, which ankle's higher? The outside ankle is lower than the inside ankle. Okay, I gotta factor that. So this ankle's gonna be lower. I don't like that. How can I make this a little nicer? Snack, I'm starting on Did you mean to request that as a song? Snack the Ripper? Shit. Snack, I'm starting on practicing form and perspective. Do I need a cheat sheet or a reference to draw boxes from different perspective points? Or do I draw them out of imagination, which is more effective efficient for progress? Most efficient thing to do is to grab a grid, okay? Or to draw a grid yourself and to get a strong understanding of these three things, okay? Horizon lines, vanishing points. I'll just write it down. Horizon lines. I don't like how thin my brush is for writing right now. I want to get rid of the Snack the Ripper song from the queue because I know it's a mistake, but man, I am very curious. Understand horizon lines. When I was in college, they made us draw our horizon lines and all of our vanishing points every time we did a building. Like, we manually did it on paper, because I'm old, okay? And it fucking sucked. It took like 3 pages. You'd have to tape them together because your vanishing points were so far off the canvas that it was, you're walking around with this like fucking 4-page taped together, 11.5 by 17 animation paper thing, contraption. Instead of just letting us do it digitally. It's not like digital art didn't exist. It totally did, but... Let me check the queue right now. But yeah, so learn horizon lines. I feel so dumb. It's okay. I've had way worse song requests than an entire paragraph with a question in it. It's okay. Horizon lines and vanishing points, okay? These two things you need to know. And then I would say learn specifically 1 point and 2 point perspective to start. 1 point to start because it's less complicated. And then move on to 2 point perspective. That'll cover most objects. It'll cover things like cars, buildings, you know, simple compositions. Not gonna cover like next level, like fisheye lens, crazy distorted shit. But it's gonna cover about 80% of everything you're gonna need to draw. Okay. And what a horizon line is essentially is the viewer's point of view, or the height that the viewer is positioned at. Or the medium that the subject is being captured with is positioned at. I say the viewer because really what I mean is your eye level, but really it could be a camera, It could be, you know, I don't know. It could be whatever. But generally at the horizon line, if you put the horizon line low, I'll give you an example here. If you put the horizon line low, below the subject, okay, let me move this shit over. Let's say I put a vanishing point now. The vanishing point, so this is the horizon line, okay? So we'll label it HL for horizon line. Okay? This whole line here is the horizon line. Now on this horizon line, I'm going to place what's called a vanishing point. I'm going to put one here. We'll do it in blue. A little bit brighter. We're going to put a vanishing point here. If we only have one vanishing point, we label it VP1, okay? And then what this does is, if you're drawing a subject from one point perspective, picture like a bedroom that you're standing in the middle of, okay? If you draw a bunch of lines, doesn't matter where you draw them, doesn't matter where they land, and then you connect these lines with vertical lines. Congratulations, you've just built a bedroom, okay? This is why understanding vanishing points and stuff is important. Now you have a room here, right? So you erase all this other bullshit. You don't have to erase it. Normally you would keep it on just on a different layer. But you erase all that stuff. Okay, and now look, we have a bedroom here. Now we can place our bed, right? And the bed is always going to go back to the vanishing point, so you can place the bed here. I say always, but this is just for simplicity, okay? So not always, actually. So now you have a bed, you know, you got your dresser, whatever. But this is why horizon lines and vanishing points are important. So this is what happens if your horizon line is in the dead center of your room, okay? Now, let's say we want to draw something above the horizon line exclusively. So instead of having it be in the middle of the horizon line, we're now putting it above the horizon line. And now let's add a level of complexity. Let's add a second vanishing point here. So we'll add VP2. And we'll make it green. Now we'll leave it blue, actually, just for simplicity. VP2. So now you have VP2. So now what we're going to do is, again, we're going to do... There's two ways you can start this. You can either draw random lines, right? Doesn't matter where they go. Could go there, could go there, could go there. Doesn't matter. Just commit to one. Let's say it goes here. Okay? Now what we're going to do is we're going to connect the other vanishing point here to that line. We're going to draw our vertical line here. And we're going to do the same thing. So this side is going to go there. This side is going to go there of the horizontal. Look, I'm freehanding this, so it's going to be very wobbly or whatever. Right? Now, would you look at that? We draw another vertical here, another vertical here. Look at that. We have a subject in the sky. Now we're looking below the subject. It could be a face. It could be a house. You know, it could be... It's up to you what you want to make it. But that's the basics of horizon lines and vanishing points. And so whenever you see me drawing something from imagination, I've done all this stuff before. And so I'm doing this in my head. Okay? This is what I'm thinking of when I'm doing environments and what I'm connecting things to. And sometimes I'll just straight up use a grid because I'm lazy and I don't want to actually make mistakes or double check things. It's just more efficient. It's not a thing that you're going to intuitively be able to just draw boxes from every angle in perfect perspective. Now what happens, let's say we draw a subject below the horizon line. So now remember, the horizon line is the viewpoint. So because the horizon line here is below this box, you're looking at the bottom of the box. You don't see the top, you're below it. You can't see through objects, that doesn't make any sense, right? So now let's say we take the same subject or same concept, but now we move the box below the horizon line, so now we're looking at the top of the box. So same concept, drawing my vanishing points, okay? I'm going to do it a little higher just because I'm running out of room on my canvas here. I'm going to draw my vertical line here. I'm going to draw my other lines connected to this vanishing point, roughly. Roughly, same deal. Vanishing point lines. vanishing point lines, or horizontal or vertical lines, vertical lines. Look at that. Now we have a box that we're looking above, right? So that's how horizon lines and vanishing points are used. And the relationships with these are always going to move around and stuff. And so like you don't need to have your vanishing point here. You could shift your vanishing point way over in this direction. You can move that one way over in that direction, and you're going to get a less distorted camera angle. You're going to get a wider field of view or focal area, right? So think about like a panoramic shot. A panoramic shot's not a good example. The wider your field of view is, the less distorted your object is going to be. And so having like your vanishing points be farther apart is going to help with things like, you know, perspective distortion and stuff like that. And so, you know, if you have your VPs over here and over here, let's say, and you do the same box, I'll do it in red just so that you can see the difference if we put our vanishing point a little farther out on both sides. Okay? And I'm going to connect it to the exact same horizontal line, and then you'll see how the box changes just by having the vanishing point farther out. Now, keep in mind I'm freehanding this, so it's going to be a little bit difficult, but... Oops. Oh my god, dude. Let me flip my canvas. I move my hand better from this side. Now look, this box is less distorted now. It's not as warped. Or, you know, it's a little bit more of a more fulsome box, right? If I clear out the... I'm going to clear out the old box here, just so that we don't confuse anything, but... So the farther your vanishing points are, the more it's going to impact the way your subject is presented, you know? The same perspective, or same height perspective, I should say. But the positioning of the box is not as compressed, right? You don't have that much of an extreme tilt like you did on the other box, because the vanishing points are super close. So we get these crazy distortions. It's because your vanishing points are too far apart, or too close together, sorry. And an example you can think of is if you've ever taken a selfie, and it takes your face, and instead of your face looking like this, you now in your selfie, your face looks like this, and your nose is like this big. It's because the selfie camera's range of like focal range is narrower. Essentially, what's happening is your vanishing points are narrower, and so it compresses all of your facial features, which is why you tend to look weird in really close-up selfies. You get this distortion effect, right? So that applies to buildings and stuff too. If you're putting your vanishing points too close together, you're going to get crazy distortions. I'm near making a joke, never again. You could drop a joke, dude. But yeah, so that's the basics of horizon lines and vanishing points. And that's why I would say if you really want to get into perspective drawing and understanding boxes, you know, and being able to draw boxes from imagination, knowing this stuff is pretty important. Because in my head, I'm picturing these vanishing points when I'm drawing this, right? Like, I'm imagining this line is going to go there. Right? And so that's how I could draw these boxes relatively accurately. I could change the direction of the box. Oop. Anyways, that's the idea with vanishing points and horizon lines. Sounds really boring, sounds really mathy, and it kind of is, but it's important. It's very, very important. You shouldn't skip it. And also, just to clarify these terms, 1 point, like I said, is just when you have one vanishing point. 2 point is when you have multiple, like, core vanishing points. Now, in reality, humans, boxes, all of this stuff, they're always going to have different vanishing points. Like, a guy standing next to me turning his torso, if I'm boxing him out, he's going to have a completely vanishing point than somebody else with a different, like, tilt in their rotation. But generally speaking, you know, if you want to learn this stuff, it's better to just keep it simple. Just kidding. Wait, Flufferly, get it because that joke is sucked. There's also the same reason curved objects would arc in different. This is also the same reason why a curved object would arc in a different direction depending on whether they're above or below a horizon line. You know, I'm not 100% certain why fisheye lenses work the way they do. I haven't studied them as well, just because I don't do a lot of fisheye lens work. But my understanding of that is that the horizon line is actually curved in a fisheye lens. That is what I think is happening. Like you're actually bending the horizon line, and so your VPs here are always going to be sort of like a little bit weird. I think. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's not the. Actually, there's a grid. You could just find a grid. Horizon fisheye grid. No, so your horizon line is straight. But you're adding different points, so it's basically 4-point perspective. So you can see your horizon line here is in the middle, which is perfectly straight. Okay? But you've got one vanishing point here, one vanishing point here, one vanishing point up here, and one up here. And then you're connecting these across, which is why things are looking very weird. So instead of having a straight line going to this box, you're curving this box to connect to another line there, and then you're drawing your straight lines across that. And that's what gives that distortion feeling. So that's sort of how fisheye seems to work. Maybe it's 5-point. I think it's 5-point, but... Do I use reference for this stuff? I would just say start practicing boxes. You don't really need to use reference. If you want to find a grid online and just trace over the grid and try to build boxes off of it, go for it, dude. You know? But generally speaking, you don't need to use reference. Once you start building things like cars, buildings, whatever, then yeah, totally use reference. But for learning boxes and stuff, I think, you know, a grid is all you really need. Is VRO a teacher? The explanations are awesome, man. VRO. Is bro... Oh, you meant bro. That's what it is. Is bro a teacher? I'm not. I did go to art school, though, so I do know like a lot of the way they teach in school. And I feel like I've been streaming for a year and a half, so I guess at this point, you know, talking about this stuff every single day for like a year and a half, you get pretty used to repeating the same things. And so a lot of the stuff I say is stuff I've said before. And every time somebody asks me a new question that I'm not familiar with, it sort of highlights an area of knowledge gap that I have. And so because of that, you end up it puts me in a position where I feel like I gotta learn something new, right? Like just there with the fisheye lens. I didn't know what the answer was with the fisheye lens, so I just looked up a grid of a fisheye lens, and boom, now I know. So now I'll be able to explain it better next time. So thanks to you guys, I'm compounding my knowledge. Thanks, Stack. No worries, Black Knight. Do you happen to know how to draw or paint a transparent object like tape on skin, for example? Not off the top of my head, but I mean, we could just observe and see what happens. Tape on skin. Like transparent, translucent tape, right? Let's put Scotch tape on skin. Scotch. This is what reference is for, right? Scotch tape on skin. These pictures are so insane, dude. Let me go on Pinterest. I'm gonna get more options. If you don't know something, guys, just practice observing. So let's take a classic Jim Carrey. Actually, let's do this. Let's do Michael Scott. So to me, oops. it looks like there's not a huge difference with tape. The thing that the tape seems to do is it catches light differently. So it looks like in the dark areas, it amplifies the dark values. Like if I'm looking here, it seems darker. He's lit from this side, or he's front on almost. But because he's front on, the farther you go away, the darker it's gonna get. So it looks to me like the tape is catching where it's really flush to the skin, it's making it a little darker. Unless it's catching the light, in which case you got these extreme highlights almost like metal. So that's what I would do. I would just study this. If you're asking me what I would do, I would probably actually just put tape on myself and take a photo in the exact scene that I need. Because you're not going to be able to know this shit or guess this shit. But it does seem like you get slight value distortions. That's it. So that's what reference is for. You observe, you extract information, you apply. That's the pipeline with using reference. Find a reference. If you can't find one online, take a picture yourself. Okay? Most people have tape. Most people have faces, I would imagine. Okay? Take tape, put it on your face, or whatever the subject is you want to draw. Take a photo in your bathroom mirror, or, on your webcam, whatever. Okay, whatever is going to get you the best quality. And then analyze it. If you can replicate the same lighting scene, even better, dude. You've got a flashlight on your cell phone, use it. So then analyze, like, what happens to my skin, what happens to the tape, what happens to the light source. In this case, you can tell he's got a ring light. You can see it in his eye here. There's a little ring light front on. There's 2 ring lights, it looks like. Unless it's just the same reflection. It might just be the same reflection. It might be one that's reflected on the top and the bottom of the eye. Because the eye's round, right? So... And so, yeah, like I said, there's the darker areas seem way darker. The places where it's not catching the ring light as much are just going to be amplified in terms of value. And then the areas where it is catching light, you're going to get these really intense, weird highlights. So I would just apply these shapes to whatever I'm drawing. And there you go. That's how I would use tape. Is that Mr. Stiller? I have no idea. I've never watched The Office in my life, dude. I have no idea. Why is my background blue? Why are my characters blue? What did I do here? Okay, there we go. Yes, it is. It's Ben Stiller. That's right. It's Ben Stiller. It's definitely not Ben Stiller, guys. I know who Ben Stiller is. That's definitely not him. This is fuck is dude, how am I forgetting this actor's name? The Office cast. Steve Carell. That's what it is. I don't know why I forgot his name. Steve Carell. That's what it is. I don't know why I forgot his name. You don't love drawing with colored lines? I do. I feel like it makes it harder to paint, though. And I do want to paint him. How you doing, Knox? No, not Ben Stiller. They look similar. Do they? I don't think Ben Stiller and Steve Carell look that similar, do they? They're both white guys, but other than that, Ben Stiller. I feel like Ben Stiller has he kind of looks like a monkey because he's got big ears and like a big mouth. And then Steve Carell. I'll be charitable and I'll get the gray hair version of Steve Carell. I still don't think they look that similar though. I'll try and get the same perspective too if I can. Anyways. They're like family. Yeah, they work together a lot. There's probably a lot of crossover between the types of projects they've been on. Close cousins? Are they actually? I don't know if you're lying to me. You tried convincing me Steve Carell was Ben Stiller 2 minutes ago, so I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt, but all white men look the same? Don't we all? No, they aren't, maybe. I'm never believing you again. Charity gone. Okay, back to this freaking dude. Knox, do you struggle to tell white people apart? It's okay if you do. I won't get mad. I need this to look a little bit better. Only famous white men? Fair enough. Do I want to give him a cloak? I don't know if I want to give him a cloak. It does seem fun, but I cannot confirm any relation between these two famous white men. Thank you, Asmir. Confirmed, not confirmed. They possess a lot of very similar traits once they reach Hollywood. I do wonder if I became a celebrity, would I get like cheekbone implants and jaw implants and look like I'd start looks maxing? I'd look like I'd look like this or whatever. With my giant ass cheekbones. My perfect, I go to Turkey and get my perfect hairline. He needs ears. There we go. There's still no, I don't think there's any like cosmetic like surgeries for ears that are very popular these days, but and get my tiny little nose job nose. My big like trimmed beautifully shaped eyebrows. Owen Wilson is the only uniquely identifiable famous white man, and Benedict Cumberbatch, and David Tennant, because I'm obsessed, you're just like naming a bunch of guys. It's like, I can't tell any of them apart except for him, and him. In Asia, sometimes people put a filter behind their ears to make them stick out more, and make your face look smaller by comparison. Yeah, I will say, there was a point in time, I think Tinder did this thing for like a little bit at some point, where they basically had like they had like a free passport feature, and I'm a weeb, and so you know this weeb has set his location in Japan out of curiosity. I did it for like a day, and then I was like, why is no chick? I can't tell what any of these fucking people look like, dude. They all have like insane amounts of filters on. They all had like tiny faces with like giant eyeballs. I was like, you don't look like that. There's no human that looks like that. I draw people every day. I know what they look like. They all like had these giant like bug eyes. And like tiny little mouths. And tiny skulls. They had like the anime, the like One Piece proportions. Either that or they all covered their face. I said filler, not filter, but real. Okay, well, you know, my point still stands. I could never tell what any chick looked like in like the Asian version of like Tinder. They all had crazy filters, or they all covered their face. I guess maybe it's just a different cultural beauty standard. I don't know. Which font got me tweaking? What's going on? Keanu Reeves isn't white. He's like half Japanese, half Canadian, isn't he? Yeah, I don't know why Japanese girls always cover their face in selfies. I don't know. I don't know. I really like this drawing. I don't know why. It's so stupid, but I really dig it. I don't know why. It's so stupid, but I really dig it. Welcome back, Ruff. Indeed. Welcome back, Ruff. Welcome back, Ruff. Indeed. Welcome back, Ruff. I do really wonder, though, like, because the thing is, I feel like the Hollywood shit, or like the LA, like, actress look, or actor look, they all get, like, work done. Even, like, guys now are getting, like, fucking, like, lip fillers and shit. They're looking like aliens, dude. Like, Zac Efron kinda did himself dirty a little bit. Bro is literally, like, top 1% most human, like, most handsome man alive. And he's just like, you know what? Let's put a bunch of fucking shit in my face. I don't get what, like, the mentality is. I wonder if it's just because you're surrounded by people that are all doing it, so it's like a social norm, you know? Like, maybe if I hung out with more dudes that did that, maybe I'd be like, I gotta do it. I gotta fucking... I gotta paralyze every muscle in my face so I don't get any wrinkles. Pissed. When are you gonna crit my sketch? Are you? By the way, are you Kim Wexler? Is that who you are? I was asking earlier. I was like, who's Kim Wexler on fucking Discord? I have no idea who that is. If that is you, I could just jump into it, dude. For sure, we could do that right now. If people have different names on Discord versus Facebook, or not Facebook, Discord versus Twitch, I have absolutely no idea who the hell you guys are. Alright, let's pull it up. Let's jump into Kim Wexler's drawing here. Based Better Call Saul character. Oh, would you look at that? It's a lovely size. I don't have to resize it too much. Excellent. Oh no, I have rufflers in my profile? Rufflers. Oh, you mean like in your actual like description? Oh, well. I missed it. I feel like that was a personal jab, the resizing thing. I mean, I can't talk too much shit, dude. If I sent anyone a Discord or a fucking a JPEG of like what I'm drawing, it would blow up their computer. So, you know, I can't talk too much shit. I mean, generally speaking, Rufflers, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think it's really nice. I think you probably should use reference for this hand here. It feels a little flat. I'm not going to attempt to draw it from imagination, but I think, like, you know, you had a version of this hand where it was wrapping the form a little bit better. Because, look, this bicep is, like, curved like this, right? Or, forearm is curved like this. Like, there's a form here that you clearly, like, you've identified it, right, with these shapes. And I think if you had the hand sort of conform to this grid a little bit better, it's going to feel a little bit more connected. Right? So that's sort of what I would do. I would probably, if I were you, just take my forearm, you know, wrap my hand on it, or you could wrap like a big... More curved fingers? Yeah, kind of. It just kind of feels like he's doing like a very flat, stretched out hand. Almost like, yeah, it's a little odd. Also, the finger shapes are a little odd too. What I mean by that is, if you look, like they're all kind of the same size. Whereas, typically, your index is going to be a certain length, right? And then your middle finger is going to be the longest one, so it's going to be a little bit longer. Your ring finger is going to be a little bit longer than your index, but not quite as long as, on a guy anyways, is going to be a little bit longer than your index, but not quite as long as your middle finger. And then your pinky is just going to be like the smallest one. And so you get sort of this sort of relationship. You see the difference between this curve here and the curve you have on your fingers? Granted, if they're wrapping the form, it's going to be a little bit different, right? But the idea is the same. So that's what I would watch out for. I think for women and men, the index and ring fingers are swapped in length. Yeah, they are. Well, they're actually, I think they're the same size. I think that's like a common thing, and there are men that have like very even ring finger and index fingers, but I think generally speaking, on men, the index finger is going to be way smaller than the ring finger, whereas on women, the size relationship or the size ratio is going to be a lot more of the same. From what I understand, that has to do with like estrogen exposure in vitro. like when you're in development, the more exposure you get to like estrogen, the more or maybe it's testosterone, I don't know. Anyways, the more exposure you get to like a certain sex hormone in vitro, the more variation you get in your fingers. Like I'm looking at my hand right now. Like my index finger is way smaller than my ring finger. Like I'm gonna trace my hand right now. I'm tracing my hand. This is my middle finger. This is my ring finger. This is my actual hand on my tablet right now. This is my hand. So there's a slight difference between my index finger and my ring finger here. Whereas on ladies, it's not that these are going to be exactly the same. Sometimes they are, but they're usually the ratio is a bit different. Hand reveal, yeah, exactly. This makes my hand look so fucking weird. Not that weird, guys. All the men I draw are really low in testosterone then? Oops. No problem. That's okay. You can have low T males. It's all the plastics, dude, in your world. My ringy is about 3 centimeters longer than my index. 3 centimeters? Bro, what? Are you just missing half your index? Or do you mean millimeters? I don't know, I'm American. You mean millimeters, dog. Centimeters are like 10 millimeters each. Probably millimeters, yeah. Just missing half your index. Anyways, all that to say, Ruffles, just watch the curvature on your fingers here. I'm gonna be honest, guys, the ring finger, index finger thing, it's not gonna matter that much. Nobody's really gonna notice, ever, really. Like, nobody's gonna be like, uh-oh, they drew a girl hand on a guy, uh-oh, they drew a guy hand. No one's gonna do that. I mean, if they do, they're really nitpicking. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, like, you still want that curvature and that arc on your hand here. I know you want me to focus on Chun-Li. I don't see a whole lot. I don't really know where they're all looking. I think it would make more sense for him to be looking down at his team, in which case you're probably going to have more curvature on the eyeball here. Just as the cornea presses down. You know? I feel like having him maybe just look at one of them directly. Like, maybe he looks down directly at this guy. You know, something like that. It's a really subtle change. And then she could look at him, maybe. Like, directly at him. Like, what are you doing, bro? Help me out. You know? Like, that way they're not, like... It's possible they're all looking at something off camera. Totally possible. But I think it's going to be a little bit more cohesive visually to track sort of where the eyes are looking. If they're all kind of looking in a direction that complements each other. I'm trying to think. I wanted to make him look at Ryu, then both of them looking at him. I think if it'll help if you sell the curvature of the eyeball a little bit better here. Because the eye has sort of like this... It almost has like a weird, like, kitty shape to it. Like, the eyeball from the side here is not perfectly round. There's, the iris and the sclera and all that stuff, they have a mass to them that sticks out. Almost like a little nipple. Okay? This is a terrible comparisons, but I'm just trying to give you the visual imagery so that you know why I'm saying this stuff. So when the eye is, like, looking in a certain direction, it's gonna push the lid a little bit more, right? Like, if the eye's looking down, you're gonna get it pressing on... You're gonna get more pressure on the bottom eyelid. And so if you want to really subtly sell that a character's looking a certain way, just factor that in a little bit. And you'll see it, like, just that little subtle detail is really going to help you sort of sell the eye direction. Mm-hmm. What do you give me the raised eyebrow? Tell me you're never gonna forget my analogy here, dude. Every time you draw an eyeball, you're gonna be like, Snack said eyeballs are like titties. Therefore, I should remember that. I should push the eye nipple into the bottom eyelid just to really sell the eye direction. I need help with Chun-Li's arms, actually, as well. I think I'm gonna just draw the arm here, how I would position it. If he's got his arm underneath here, and she's resting her arm on it, there's probably gonna be an upward weight as he's pulling her upwards, right? Because he's hugging them. When you hug someone, especially if you're a massive person like this with a lot of strength, you're probably putting a lot of upward tension on the joints, and so you're gonna elevate the shoulder, I would guess. Okay, so the shoulder's gonna come up a little bit. I don't think you would have sort of this direction. You could. I think because you're wrapping over this sort of cylinder here, the arm's gonna sort of catch here and it's gonna press out this way. That would be my guess. This is gonna be a little bit more like this. And then it's gonna sort of come around. Eye nipple tips, that's right. Exactly. Eye nipple tips, that's right. Exactly. Now you could have it, you want it sort of resting on his arm, so we could do that actually. Honestly, your arm isn't in a bad spot. I wouldn't really change much. I would just, like I said, add more of the elevation to the arm here. You're not gonna see as much of her neck because of it. The head is almost gonna be a bit more flush to the arm because the shoulder's elevated. Like, think about if you hang your arm. I don't know if you have a bar or a chair or a stool or something. If you place your armpit on the lip of the back of that chair or whatever, right? And you press down, or which would simulate the arm pulling up, which is what this guy's arm is doing. You're gonna see that your shoulder joint elevates just a little bit. If you're relaxed. If you're flexing, then yeah, sure, maybe. But you're gonna feel like less organic doing that. So I would just sort of change this up. It's tough with her, like, her shoulder cuff, though. That I don't really know how to interpret. That would be really difficult, I think. Probably started a little lower here. I don't really know what her shoulder design looks like. I'm just gonna kind of do a sphere here. Maybe we move it out a little bit. Just to give a little bit more of a breathing room. It's gonna be partly over top, though. I don't know what the fabric's made of. I don't know if it's gonna, like, flex or whatever. But I'm gonna use this detail here to show the curvature. It's a little big. Anyways, I'm sure you can figure that part out. But anyways, that's what I would say with the arm. That's why it feels a little weird. It's just because it doesn't feel like there's a counteracting force. Like a ball, like it's flexible. Ah, okay. Like a ball, like it's flexible. This arm here, I'm wondering, if this guy's arm is that massive, am I going to be able to get my forearm down there? Because I see her shoulder thing here, which to me is telling me her arm, her upper arm, is fucking massive, dude. If her elbow's like down here, her upper arm is massive. I feel like you're going to need some foreshortening if you want to do this wraparound on this arm. Because this is proportionally, like, just not really logical to have the arm be that long. So that's probably why it feels a little weird. So what you could do is you could just have the hand sort of wrap down here. I don't know, spike, 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 spike. You know, something like that maybe. I don't know how to make it look good. I mean, I think it looks good. I don't think... I mean, I think it looks good. I don't think... Maybe you just put it up here? Like, do you need to show that other arm? Like, do you need to show that other arm? Like, I don't even think you need this arm here, to be honest. Like, I don't even think you need I feel like this also helps, like, the flow a little bit better on the whole gesture. This also helps, like, the flow a little bit better on the whole gesture. And then that way you can sort of have this clean up a little bit. I think Chun-Li is, like, notoriously thick as fuck, so maybe you gotta push that a little bit. Oops. I'm gonna bring this leg in, actually. I don't like that both these legs are doing the same thing. That's sort of my issue right now. Do the abductor muscles here. Hey, yo, what up, Crip? How you doing? I love you, Snack. You saved me. Yeah, well, you're welcome, I guess. I don't really know what to do with the fingers. I'll let you figure that shit out, but... I'd probably actually bend them up this way. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. I'll let you figure that out. You can't make it too easy, you know? I actually did one of the legs higher. Yeah, I just feel... I'm trying to think of, like, what you could do. To have her, first of all, feel way thicker. Because she is Chun-Li, after all, right? She is the quintessential Jack lady. Doing great. Just wrapped up yoga class. Hell yeah, dude. I've been stretching a lot too lately. I'm trying to get a pancake, and I'm and a forward fold. Those are kind of my two goals right now. Just because my shoulder's a little fucked, so I'm like I should work on my lower body. I'm doing basically like the girl split, just like squats and lower body all the time. I'm gonna be thick as fuck, dude. Finger that shit out, exactly. I think you would probably see a little bit more hip muscle, maybe. I'm trying to get my headstand back and into the splits. I don't think I will ever be able to do the splits. Well, who knows? I don't know. A little bit more of a curvature here. I think you could sell a bit of a better gesture. Instead of having this just go straight up like this, if you add like a little bit of a curve, it'll feel almost like she's being smushed into that position. You know what I mean? Just these little subtle things really help. And then maybe we actually bring this leg back like she's trying to brace herself. I don't know. Yo, Cat, what's up? Been a while. It's a dodo bird. How you doing? Actually, I was checking out your stream the other day. You were live yesterday, I think. I was lurking in there. I'm doing good. How you doing? Yeah, so I would probably axe this arm, or I would just, yeah. Anyways, that I think that helps. Hopefully the eye direction here helps too. I basically brought this eye over a little bit. I think your tilt was the opposite of sort of what your head is implying. You got sort of this direction on the hairline, but you've got sort of this tilt on your eyes here, which is why it felt weird. So I just kind of lined those up a little bit better, and now it feels a little bit like it's conforming to the skull shape. It's a really, really subtle change. The nose, I think you'll see a little bit more of an upward angle. Maybe if you want to do like a really pissed off face or something. What's happening here? Oh, we're doing a critique for a chatter. So we had a submission on their fan art of Street Fighter. And I'm just going over some little fixes. Some anatomy stuff with the arm and the hips and all that stuff. Eyeball direction on is it Zangief? I don't know anything about Street Fighter, dude, but you'll send the red line on the server? Of course, dude. Always do. Always do. But yeah, I would also, if you want to push this expression, you could have the mouth over here, you know, or something like that. I feel like it's more like a, you know, like you're putting energy over here, and then you could, if you want to like push that even more, give like a cutesy look, push this cheek out a little bit, like she's like, huh, you know, a little. Anyways, I think that's good enough. Actually, there's some stuff I would fix here too. I would move this. The perspective on this, I think I would have it curve a little bit better. Right now, it's going against the shape of her skull, where I think it would be pushing up against her skull here a little bit more. This you can kind of keep the bun in the same spot, but I would just change the arc on that. Trying to think what else I would change. I think it's more or less fine. I don't know if I would show the elbow here or what, but it's probably fine just like that. The devil's in the details. You can have 1,000 small differences that make up the off feeling about art, not a singular big oopsies. Yeah, I think I agree. I think the more I've gotten better at drawing, the more I've realized those 1% tweaks can really add like 20% to a piece, you know? Even more sometimes. Like, the only things I changed, I didn't change that much. I basically lifted your eye a little bit, changed the direction, you know? But the relationship with the eyebrow and stuff is all more or less in the same spot. Things are a little higher. We shifted the mouth over a bit. These are all like little 1% changes. But I think they help quite a bit. The ear, I think, could also sort of come out a little bit more. Something like that. I have a lot to learn. Sigh. No, it's all good, dude. Eye direction is a thing that I think is often overlooked. If you work in animation, though, if you're a junior animator, it's the thing you're probably going to get dinged on the most. That's why I'm so anal about eye direction. Because I used to get... Every single time I would submit a scene to my supervisor, he'd be like, dude, your eye direction's like fucked. And they'd draw over it. But you can't see it. Like, it's the craziest thing. You can't really see it until it's fixed. Then once it's fixed, you're like, oh, shit, now it's obvious. Anyways, that's what I'm going to leave you with. I think that's quite enough. Watch the hand on this guy, like I said. You've got kind of the fingers doing their thing here. That's fine. Eyes are hard because they're the windows to the soul. You know, fun fact, eyes are basically your brain. They're like made of the same material that your brain are, and when they're formed, they actually extend from your brain. So it's hard to really hide like your emotion and stuff through your eyes. It's literally just like, it is quite literally a window into your brain. Bro, Cat, I still don't know how you work so fast. Yo, what up, Twig? How you doing, dude? What do you mean work fast? I'm just, I'm honestly, I feel like I'm a pretty slow artist. Brain blobs, literally, yeah. Anyways, I'll send you this. I'll send you this, Rufflers, and hopefully that sends you on your way, gives you something to work on. Actually, you know what? I'm also gonna tweak the eye direction on this guy just a little bit. So one thing to note when you do eyes is you have to think of the angle of the eyeball, okay? So if the eyeball, when you look at an eye front on, you're gonna get a very even circle. The more the eye looks off to the side, the more that circle flattens. So the width of the circle changes here. You're not gonna have the same consistent width on an eye when it shifts over. It's gonna get more narrow as it turns away from you or becomes more three-quarter or profile. And so because of that, you know, that's all I did here is I just sort of flattened it a little bit. You can see like you've got like quite a bit of width, but by changing the width and just shifting it over a little bit, it feels a little bit more like he's looking in that direction. Oh, the other eye's closed because of the beast muscle? Okay, that's fine. We could do that. I misinterpreted it. I don't know. I don't know. The eye's fine. You can figure it out. But anyways, this eye direction I think is a little bit of an improvement. I don't know. I feel like you're always speeding through sketches and pieces. I'm not. I just do. Like this isn't even my drawing. This is sort of like a revision for a chatter right now. So we'll send you on your way with this, and hopefully that helps you. Hopefully it gives you somewhere to go. And hopefully those fixes make sense for you. I know it's flipped, but whatever. You can figure it out. I have to be like constantly asking myself if my eyes are actually looking where I want them to. Yeah, same dude. It's eye direction's a tough one, but it's always a quick fix, you know? Once you sort of understand it, it's a quick fix. Anyways, we're gonna go back to drawing my fella here. Cat goat. Thank you, Twiggy. How you doing? How you doing, Twig? It's been a while. So ingrained. You guys are all calling me Cat. It's so weird. Most people call me Snack, but I'll go with Cat, I guess. But yeah. Anyways, guys, when Nancy gets back, we'll go over. Oh, Nancy is back. Sorry, I have to go prep dinner. Are you back now? He does a lot of short sketches and does one high effort piece that takes him like a month every now and then. Yeah, the last high effort thing we did was this girl. This I think took me like actually like a fucking month. This and then the animation, I think we actually worked on the animation for 2 months and then I got tired of it. The animation was like, I'll finish it maybe one day. Probably not though. Who knows? Depending on how badly I want to build a portfolio, you know? And then we always sort of mishmash a bunch of random shit in every single illustrator. Like, this has all these characters down here, too. That's so sick! What? Thanks, dude. Snack, I've been vibing. Second semester of college has been hitting. Oh, shit, dude. College? What are you taking? If you want to share. You cook so hard? Thanks, dude. Guys, I gotta fucking piss so goddamn bad. I've been drinking nothing but coffee and water all morning. I'm gonna check when the ads are just to see if we can run some while I'm out. 26 minutes. Alright, I'm just gonna take a leak. Wash your hands, please. My dick's clean, dude. I don't know. We'll think about it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I brought a little carrot. I did wash my hands. Don't worry. We're all neat and tidy now. Hello, Snack Lurk. See you, Sim. Hello, Snack Lurk. See you, Sim. Toilet carrot? Yeah, well, that's where I keep my carrots, in the toilet, dude. In my medicine cabinet. It's just I gotta get my vitamin C. C for carrot, not the actual vitamin. C for carrot, not the actual vitamin. Psych plus education. Honestly, Twig, if I could go back to college, I'd probably do something in social sciences as well. I find it really interesting. I don't know. Vitamin D. Vitamin D. I'm trying real hard not to say your mom joke, but anyways. Bro's gonna turn orange. No. Okay, we got a bunch of comments here. What do we got? Let's see. I gotta read. The colors on that girl went hard. A month on a piece? I don't think I'd make it back after 3 days. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while. I mean, this entire page we've been doing probably for a month now. You know, there's a lot of shit going on here. A lot of stuff here. That was a really nice Street Fighter piece. Their characters and the personalities felt really well captured. I think so too. I think you did a really good job, Rufflers. Vitamin C and D are both the same. They're important, especially for girls. Well, I'm not a girl, so I guess I just don't need to deal with it, you know? Carrotception. But yeah, how you liking the program, Twig? College is fun when you get into it, you know? It's stressful, but it'll be like one of the best times of your life, probably. People are more mature, so they're less like, they're not as much of a dickhead as they are in like high school and shit, but... Vitamin cock and balls, only for your moms. Alright. Nancy, speaking of you, let's go over your drawing. For those who don't know, the way critiques work is through our Discord. We have an art critiques channel. If people post their art in there, and if I'm live, and they're in chat, I will give them feedback on their work. So if you're interested in that, you're more than welcome to join our Discord. That's where these drawings are coming from. And now we're going to move on to Nancy's drawing, which is this one here. Hearing you're eating makes me so hungry. I want some cake. This is not cake. This is a raw carrot. A massive raw carrot. You could get carrot cake. Dude, carrot cake is so fucking good. Pumpkin pie also. Do you do any 3D critiques as well? I'm gonna be honest, dude. I did like some 3D modeling in college, but it's way out of my domain of expertise. I could try, but I don't know how much value I'd be able to offer, you know? Very mouse-like dessert preferences there. I'm just saying. Look, if we're gonna LARP as furries on the internet, we gotta do it right, you know? I gotta pass the vibe check. Snack, what D&D class would you play? When I played D&D, my favorite two classes were Rogue and Bard. Mostly Bard. I started off really liking Rogue, but I mostly played a lot of Bard towards the end. I just thought it was the most busted class. I like the min-max. It's got to be the right carrot cake. There are some awful recipes out there. You got to get the cream cheese topping, right? Is that it? I don't know shit about carrot cakes, dude. I microwave everything I eat, so... Crip, you would know better than me. If I say something stupid, just assume it's because I am. You all putting me in the mood for cake? Well, I hope you're in the mood for a critique, because that's what you're getting right now. Well, I hope you're in the mood for a critique, because that's what you're getting right now. I don't like the carrot chunks. It ruins the texture. How big are you making them, dude? Don't you usually, like, shred it? How big are you making them, dude? Don't you usually, like, shred it? Some of your food comments hurt my chef's soul a little bit. Look, I make a mean reheated, great value frozen finger chicken strips meal. If you guys ever want a wrap with great value chicken fingers that have been reheated in a microwave with mustard and hot sauce, I'm your guy, dude. It's like my bread and butter. I make my carrot cake with carrot juice, no chunks. Fancy. Dinner at Snacks when? If you can find me, you're invited. I'm just kidding. I gotta stop saying that because someone's actually gonna take that challenge. If you find me, guys, I'm calling the police, okay? And just to be clear, that's the real answer. I'd want to be able to heal, maybe a cleric. You know, that's like the one class. Cleric and monk are like the two classes I never played. I just wasn't really interested. I always found like Bard was just the best for me because it's like if you do like Valor Bard, Lore Bard, where you get like magical secrets, you can literally just pick spells from any fucking class, so you can do everything. It's based. Nancy, I'm just gonna finish my carrot and then we'll jump into it. Enjoy your carrot king. It's down to like the last bite. We're almost there. I played Warlock before. Look, I have a love-hate relationship with Warlock. I think Warlock, the lore with like your patron and all that shit is so sick. Like the amount of character building you can do is awesome. But I feel like Warlocks are basically like they're like the bad boyfriend of the group, dude, because they fucking blow their load in 2 minutes and they're like, I need a cigarette and a rest, dude. I can't keep going. You guys want to take a break? It's like, bro. Oh my god. Just fucking. That's like my view on Warlock. So it's love-hate, you know? They don't care about letting you finish. You know? They just want. They fucking blow their load in like a single encounter, and then they want to rest. Alright. We're done, I think. Just like me for real. Me too. Just like me for real. Me too. Bards are super fun. I wound up with an undead half-elemental necromancer, which is some broken bullshit. I haven't played any of the new gen stuff. I stopped playing D&D during the pandemic. Before that, I played like every Saturday for honestly like 7 or 8 years, I think. Basically, since 5e came out, I've been playing pretty much religiously every weekend. So I'm a bit of a veteran, but I'm not up to date with all the new shit. All right, Nancy, let's get into this shit. So the first things first, I noticed, and I pointed this out in the Discord, the curvature on your knuckles is inversed. So if you look at the reference image here, I'll do this on another layer. If you track the knuckles, they've got sort of this curve. If I track the knuckles on yours, they've got this curve. They're the opposite. So you've got different curves here. You've inversed your C curve on the knuckles, which is why it feels so weird. Right? So, with that in mind, let's make that adjustment. And then it's going to help your positioning and your proportions a little bit better, I think. Probably a bit more like this. Maybe a little bit more. Now we know our knuckle is like here, so this is sort of like where the knuckle peak is going to be. Means this is going to go straight like this, roughly. The mass of the hand here, I think, you know, obviously we can resize this if it's like too small or whatever, but the mass or the bulk of the hand, I think is going to be around here. Okay. Now for the painting part. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do a different layer here. What we're going to do normally for painting stuff, I'm just going to bring this back full size. We're going to make this small. We'll overlay it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint in what I think this would look like. So your highest... You don't have the full piece, do you? You know what? I'm just going to guess. I'm just going to guess what your highest value color is. So it's probably going to be something like this. We're going to bump the value a little bit. I'm going to actually drop the saturation quite a bit. And then I'm just going to block it in. Based off what I see. I'm looking at the exposure shapes here. And I'm just painting according to those shapes. Really big, really simple. I'm looking at these negative shapes. I can see these shadow negative shapes here. I'm factoring that in. Something like that. I want to make sure these are lining up properly. I think this comes out a little bit more. Right? I can send the full. I mean, it's fine. You can just interpret this however you want afterwards. Ivan El Primo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. And then your midtone, what you were using to highlight your knuckles. I'm going to use on the back here, because I think it's like way too dark. I also think that means that a lot of the shadows around here are going to have to be pushed a little darker too. Just to have the hand read a little bit better. Because otherwise it'll blend in too much. We can go a little darker. Maybe not that dark, but... And then we've got this mass here. But this is what I would do, you know? Like, I would just go in, big, blocky. Like, I'm not going to do this super well. You could do it way better than I can. I know you can, so... I'm going to sort of, like, go in and do this forever, but... The point is, I just think... The forms and the curvature on the hand is a little odd. It's not your time. Hey, Snack, just dropping a lurk. Also, you need sub badges, bro. I know. You know what I thought of? I thought of just using carrots as a sub badge. Like, the early sub is like a little sprout. And then bigger one is like a carrot. Like, it basically, it's like a carrot growing. So it's something like, you know, it starts like this or whatever. And then the next one is something like the same thing, but with a carrot now. Like, partly coming out. Oops. And then it just grows and grows and grows until you have a full carrot. Then maybe you have, like, a golden carrot or something. I don't know. I don't know. Some shit like this. This is what I thought of for my sub badge idea, but... But yeah, Nancy, all that to say... I'm gonna delete this. Wait, am I gonna delete this? Yeah, I'm gonna delete this. I just think you're overcomplicating. I think you gotta go back to the foundation. You gotta pull back a little bit. That would make me want the golden carrot. The golden carrot would probably be after a year, you know? So you'd probably... Oh no, you wouldn't have it already, but... These values, I think this is gonna be way darker back here. Anyways, I'm not gonna do the flower or whatever, but... Nancy, I'm pretty confident in your abilities to kind of just do this and figure it out based off of what I'm saying. I don't know if you really need me to keep painting it or whatever forever, but this is what I would do. I just block everything in and then refine as I go. And I think you know this stuff. I think you maybe just skip the step where you know sometimes you get lost in the rendering a little bit. Carrot seedling, exactly. I've only been here for 2 months. I'm just a baby. Rotten carrot. Nah, this was very helpful. Yeah, I feel like because the character is dark skin and I'm new to darker tones. Well, what I normally do for rule of thumb, I'll just again just highlight all this here. But what I would do for rule of thumb, for values, is typically if I find like my medium tone, like let's say this is your medium tone, I like if I go brighter, I elevate, but I desaturate. So if I go up in value, I'll make it a little bit more obvious here. Whoops, whoops, stop, stop, no, stop, god damn it. Okay, whatever. Oh my fucking god. Go here. If this is, let's say, your midtone here, if I raise the value, usually I desaturate. Usually. This is not like a hard rule. This is just sort of what I like to do. And if I go darker, I tend to saturate more. So like my darks are always going to be richer and more saturated. And I don't know what your darks are actually. They're pretty saturated. It's the general idea. You could also get away with shifting the hue because you've got sort of this green accent color. You can almost push it a little bit more yellow. Almost like you're getting some influence from that hue, you know? I don't know if I like that, really. It's kind of like diarrhea green, but... Anyways, it's just something to think about and experiment with. I don't know if I fully... I don't think I like that, but... You get the idea. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Alright, well, I'll send you this. And, I mean, you kind of get it, but... I'm not meant to make... I don't want it now. Rain. Richard Darks, Snack Reparation Arc. That's right. Remember that next Black History Month when you guys are all calling me racist and for an entire month. I want you to remember that quote. All right, delete. See ya. Delete. See ya. Should I just draw a sub badge? I feel like I've been pressured into doing it now. I think I should do it. I've been thinking about it for a while. I was just gonna get Boba to do it, but it's probably just easier for me to do it. It's really not that complicated. You know, something like that, and then... Same deal for the next one. Oops. Meant to break. I think they could be a little floppier though. As they grow. Be right back. You know what time it is. Ah, fuck. Burnt the shit out of my roasties. What's a roasty? Ah, fuck. Burnt the shit out of my roasties. What's a roasty? Brother, you know I have no idea what you just said there. Brother, you know I have no idea what you just said there. I bet tomorrow I hit my 30 stream streak. Crazy, bro. I hit my 30 stream streak. Crazy, bro. Almost a full month. Insane. Almost a full month. Insane. On this blessed day, this day of having roasties, I don't know what that means. British ass food, dude. I feel like I've only been here like a week. Well, I only stream like once a week, so sometimes it feels like that, I guess, but... In the UK, every Sunday, you have a roast dinner, which is like what you guys eat on Thanksgiving. Every Sunday, you guys eat roast dinners? Every Sunday. Crazy, dude. Why? It seems like so much effort. I don't like that. I want to eat roasties every Sunday. I feel like there's a joke there, but I'm not gonna make it. Ooh, I actually like whatever brush I was using. I was accidentally using a different brush there. I quite like it. I don't like that it's slow to render, though. It's probably got, like, some smoothing built into it. To the city. Those tiny balls of potato are so cute. Potatoes. Huh? Also, I just realized my freaking color picker thing is too big. You defeat them, demon. Non-believer. And his dick is a carrot? You can ask your mom, dude. She knows. Both, before you ask. We should have a counter? No, you're gonna make me insecure about how I have no authenticity and all I do is the same joke over and over. Snack has a your mom complex? Well, when she looks like yours, it's hard not to. The fact that you know I'd say it because you said it to me so much, well, I know my people, dude. Well, 8 if it only pertains to my mom. Rookie numbers. We gotta pump those numbers, dude. We'll carry on. We'll carry on. Oh, you'll never not believe me. We will carry on. We'll carry on. Don't explain it. Carry on. I need to find reference for this arm. Honestly, I'm drawing carrots right now. Partly because I was shamed for not having sub badges, and partly because I'm procrastinating on doing that arm. Because I really think I have to gather some reference for it, and I just don't want to do it, but I should. What flower is this? It's a carrot. What flower is this? The carrot growing. The carrot growing. I felt that in my heart. What? Not looking for reference because you're feeling lazy? Yeah, it's a thing I've noticed in myself, where if I just don't want to do something, I'm just gonna, like, do other shit that's easier. Which in this case is probably a good thing, because I probably actually should have sub badges. I feel like I'm doing you guys a disservice, you know? That being said... I've been putting it off. And honestly, how hard is it to draw a couple carrots, you know? What about mice badges? Oh my god, that sounds too complicated. It would be fun if, like, if there was a way to have, like, my sub badges be like, you guys ever seen Animorphs or read Animorphs? You know how, like, on the cover of the books, they, like, transform, it's like a dude, but he transforms into a mouse? It'd be really cool if that was, like, the sub badge, where you start as, like, just a regular guy or girl, and you transition into, like, a mouse. Just slowly, over time. That could work, too. We become deformed like in the witches, exactly. We become deformed like in the witches, exactly. God of fricking. Damn, dude. God of fricking. Damn, dude. God of barbecue sauce on my titties? Why would you be the god of that, Molasses? I don't get it. Why would you be the god of that, Molasses? Gonna lurk now. Have a good stream. Thanks for popping out, Death Remedy. I don't know if I saw that earlier or not, or if this is a recent message. But thank you for joining us on YouTube. On that note, guys, if anybody wants to help us reach our monetization goal on YouTube, you're more than welcome to do so. And the way you do so is just by going to my YouTube live stream, which I'll share the link with you. Share the link with you now. Oh, fuck. I also just realized I'm probably echoing on YouTube right now. Oopsies. I fixed that. I had my audio on Twitch here, and so it's probably picking up on that the whole time. Whoopsies. What are you gonna do? This is why nobody watches YouTube. Hello, Kimdo. Hello, my new YouTube viewer, Kimdo. How's it going? Have we met before? Hey, that kind of looks like a carrot, right? Get some dirt around it or whatever. Going good. I love your PNG tuber. Did you make it yourself? Yes. It's all me. Nobody else. Lego Bimbo do a jiggle? Shit. You know it do. You know it be jiggling, dog. How long have you been drawing? Too long. Since the dawn of time, dude. Since the dinosaurs roamed the earth. It is very funny that people just ask the same questions over and over and over. I'm pretty sure it's in my about section now, in the frequently asked questions. Nice PNG tuber who made it. It was made by Boa. How long have you been drawing? Those are literally the two questions in my FAQ. Can you draw Godzilla? No, you're banned. Where's your Ko-Fi / OnlyFans / Patreon / Pixiv / Blue Sky / Mastodon / Tumblr? I don't have it. I actually do have a Ko-Fi, I just never advertise it. It's very secret. Snack, I couldn't find you on Fur Affinity. It's because I don't have one. Flat is back. Sure is. I'm gonna try using this brush. It's a different brush, but I kind of dig it. It's very similar, but I feel like I have more control over the line quality. Because I can push lighter to thin out the line, and then thicken it quite a bit. Versus my other brush, the Jiwa pen, I feel like I'm pretty limited with just like a solid... I can move my hand faster, and then that gives me like the same effect. But I don't think it's the same as like... I don't actually know if I've ever had a Fur Affinity or DeviantArt. I feel like by the time I started drawing, DeviantArt wasn't really that popular anymore. It was, Instagram was where it was at, you know? And now Instagram's kind of ass. And so I don't really know where the next medium is. I tried Blue Sky for a little bit. I couldn't get any traction on Blue Sky at all, though. Granted, I didn't try very hard, but... That looks fucking weird. We're not gonna do that. We could actually just put the thumb behind there. I think that works. Mostly YouTube and Newgrounds, specifically Newgrounds. All of my buddies in animation started off on Newgrounds doing like collabs and shit like that. I was a late bloomer, dude. I really did get to art really late in the game compared to a lot of people. I feel like starting art in your like mid-20s is like pretty late by all accounts, you know. I'd follow you on Blue Sky unless I already do. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I just like don't really post to Blue Sky, so I don't know how much what is worth it for you to follow me. Don't waste your follower accounts, you know. Not that they're limited, but yeah, you should have started art during the Renaissance. I should have started when I was a teenager, bro. I was too busy getting high, which was kind of awesome, but you know. Start at 60, retired, so you have all the time in the world. Honestly, bro, that's my dream. Siren, I mean, you do know, because I complain about it all the time. My dream is to retire, guys. You have no idea how badly I want to retire. It's all I think about, all the fucking time, is how much I don't want to be at work. I gotta find some reference here. Give me a sec, I'm gonna take a photo of my hand on my hip, just because this is not working very well. BRB. I'm gonna go have a little photo shoot with myself. I should probably put a shirt on too so I can get the fabric. In here, somewhere. BRB. Photo time. Okay, I got my photo. See how quick it was to just snap a quick pic, dude? I'm good. Y15, art's one of those things that you can start at any time in your life, even for a career. I think there is a misconception that people have to be teenagers to be good. I just don't, obviously that's not true. Bro, this picture's so slutty. I lifted up my shirt a little bit so my belly is just hanging out. Because I wanted to see like how my hand rested on my hip. Snack chest reveal? I'm wearing a shirt. Or I'm wearing a hoodie. It's a similar fabric, but... But yeah, dude, my shit is like looking so different. Okay. Depends, if you want to be a YouTube story time animator, it's ideal to start around 15. I don't know if that really makes sense, dude. What kind of stories are you gonna tell? Yeah, I worked at McDonald's. It sucked. That's pretty much every story time animator's like thing. I feel like it's so much cooler if you're like, yeah, I did drugs for like fucking 10 years and I was partying and doing this and doing that. You know, like I feel like that'd be a much cooler story time. It would interest me more, you know. But I guess if you're a teenager, you just kind of want to know about how McDonald's sucks and how people pronounce Subway weird. There's maybe an argument to be made in terms of like brain elasticity, where you just sort of maybe you absorb information better as a teenager. I don't know. Like my buddy, one of the best animators I know, has basically been animating since he was a kid, and he's pretty fucking cracked. So, but I don't know how legit that is. Yeah, we got a little thing like this. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so numb, more aware. I started art when my yaoi artists stopped updating their series? No. All I miss about teenage years is the time I had to draw and game. And I squandered it away, and now I have no time. Shit do be fucked, huh? I've become so numb. Jaden Animations and Odd One Out started as teens and comics as well. Yeah, I don't see the relevance with age though. It's like I don't like they could have started that when they were like fucking 30 and it would have been like probably wouldn't have been as successful. I think the benefit of them starting is it wasn't that saturated. YouTube was also a different platform, so you got a lot more benefit out of posting like animated reels, where today animated reels just make no money, so there's not a lot of incentive to do them. I just don't see how age like matters at all. Want to be more like me. Become so numb. You there. Ah, fuck. I think my curve needs to be a bit more like this. You there. Into me. Doing art when you're old is better because it helps prevent dementia. Not me. I'm pretty demented, dude. Drinking water also helps with dementia. Trust me, dude. I'm hydrated as hell. I'd be pissing like crazy. 100% of people who drink water also die. That's true. Oh, by the way, what do you add to your coffee? I drink my coffee black, dude. That's not a joke. I literally do. I need to draw my negative shapes here a bit better. I put nothing in my coffee. Because you're sweet enough, Snack? That's right. Snack, what's the worst car you've ever seen slash driven? I don't know, I see Cybertrucks in my area a lot. I don't have a driver's license, so the other part of that is non-existent. He drives a little toy car like Stuart Little. Doesn't he drive like an airplane? Or am I thinking of I'm thinking of this fucking little white boy that was he was a kids show when I was a kid. George Shrinks, that's what it was. He used to drive a plane. That sounds sick. It probably wouldn't even hurt to crash if you're that small. Oh my god, what layer am I drawing on right now? Why is this not? Yeah, George Shrinks. What a throwback. I wanted that so bad when I was a kid. You could be like Ratatouille and just drive a human man. I'm too woke for that, dude. I'd drive a human woman. Need a little gender swap. Do I want to do a heel? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know, but his girlfriend's a bird? Was Stuart Little's girlfriend a bird? I don't remember that part. Do you think Remy stays in control when Linguini gets down and dirty? That'd be crazy if there's like the porn edition of that, where it's like, this guy is just the greatest sex creature ever. And all these people are finding out they're having sex with a guy, like, via a rat. And they're disgusted, but then they realize that it's just their prejudice that's actually holding them back from having good sex.
Fuck.
And the truth is, the rats, despite the stereotype, are actually incredibly good in bed. Monty, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alt version of the film? It probably exists. I'm not gonna lie. It probably exists. It's anyone can cook. The moral is anyone can fuck. That's right. They're trying to impress a porn critic. Are porn critics even a thing? That would be crazy. Chat, what are the weirdest jobs you guys have had? Tell me your crazy jobs. Porn critics are a thing? Elaborate, please. But like, what do you like? I guess there's comment sections on pornos, but I mean, like, are there like reviews? Is there like a Rotten Tomatoes? Rotten Tomatoes? Remy's portrayed as an African American bull. David, what the fuck are you talking about? You never cease to confuse me, dude. Lunch lady, but as a male and a high schooler? What would be the male equivalent of a lunch lady? A lunch sir? Because a lady is a noble title, you know? I worked at an adult toy store for a while. That was fun until it wasn't. I feel like I had a similar job. I worked at like a weed shop. I worked at a place where they sold bongs and shit. I worked there for like 2 weeks. Cause I refused to like upsell when I was I was like 19 when I worked there, and I just didn't want to upsell because I found it really cringe, and uh and so they just like fired me. They didn't like fire me, but they were like, yeah, we're not giving you any more hours. God damn arms race. Upsell? Exactly. Snack is not proficient in the ways of the cuck. I'm not, dude. I've never cucked and or been cucked. I've never been a bull, nor have I been a cucky. I did match with a girl on a dating app once, though, that told me she was a cuck, which was kind of crazy. Normally, you picture, like, the guy being the cuck, but each their own. What's a cuck? It's, it's a stereotypically, it's a male who likes to have other men have sex with his wife while he watches. Bro, I know you're chronically online. There's no way you don't know what a cuck is. You just want me to explain it. Yeah, Damon, you basically just keep adding stuff to the order by using persuasion checks. That's pretty much what upselling is, dude. That's the best way to explain it to like a nerd. For sure. I'm gonna use that from now on. Whenever people talk about upselling, basically like trying to pass persuasion checks all day. I've also been a lunch lady? Damn. I don't think I've ever worked in a kitchen. I worked at, well, no, that's not true. I worked at McDonald's, but I don't know if that's definitely not the same. If Crip was here, she'd be like rolling her eyes. Yeah, I wanted you to cringe. You underestimate what makes me cringe, dude. Being a cuck is like entry level shit. I don't think talking about like insane stuff is ever gonna make me like flinch. You currently work at a medical dispensary? So American. We don't have medical dispensaries here because weed's legal. You can just like buy weed everywhere you go. Just like fucking 3 weed shops like outside my apartment. They're kind of like a scourge, dude. They're everywhere. They won't stop popping up. They're unironically like weeds. I had to clean up puke daily as a lunch lady? Isn't that like a janitor's job? What were they doing? You throw the sawdust on it and call it a day? 19-year-old gents worrying about exams should not consider things like that. Snacks ruining the youth? I hope not. It's not crazy, just weird at times. I was photoshopping photos of dead people for gravestones. Some clients had like crazy ideas, like make him wear an expensive costume and a Rolex watch. 90% of photos were 500 by 243 pixel resolution. All of this before AI, of course. I have a buddy who really wanted to work at like a morgue, or not a morgue, but I guess wherever they embalm people. He wanted to do that, and he was considering going to college to do it. It seemed like one of the more interesting things, I guess. I don't know how I'd feel about being around grieving people all the time. I feel like that would like wear on you after a while. I work as a propane cylinder inspector. I have to check if they're safe to use. Bro, what are you, Hank Hill? I guess you're not selling propane, but close enough. I was also the janitor. I'm not joking. When I said I was a lunch lady, they made me do everything that was dogs. That I was a dog's body. I don't know what that expression is, but I assume it means the bitch. You know, I regret kind of not being a tradie. I think working in an office kind of it sucks your soul and not in a good way, dude. I feel like it like I feel like part of myself dying all the time. Whereas if you're a tradie, you basically just feel your joints dying all the time. But at least your like life is a little bit more interesting. I feel like I'm built for manual labor, like just mentally. Like I enjoy manual labor so much more than like cognitive labor. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Look, this is gonna be a very hot take in the world of AI. I kind of hope my job gets replaced by AI and the government feels bad for me and they just give me some sort of like supplemental income. I really genuinely hope that happens. I don't want the alternative to happen where I end up just unemployed competing with AI. But I do want like I do want my job to just stop existing. That would be nice. In a way where I benefit from it, you know? I had to open and close the canteen and my boss had OCD and would check that I'd clean the door handles and light switches inside the fridges. Damn, that's crazy. At least that place was clean. The job of office crony is harder than the job of streaming. I mean, nothing's harder than being a streamer. It's the world's hardest job. Everybody knows this. But if I didn't have to also be an office grunt, that would be nice. Yeah, I had to get on my hands and knees and scrub the floors. So yeah, I was the bitch. Cinderella core, dude. Kind of aesthetic. It's weird. This hand looks so fucked, but it looks identical to my reference. Maybe my hand just looks fucked. I think these fingers are a little bit tilted the wrong way. Your precious time. Your time. Do you organize papers there? That's what I do all day. I organize papers. I'm not giving you any info, dude. Especially you. Just assume I organize papers all day. Museum tour guide was fun. That does seem pretty awesome. Are song requests still broken? I don't want to waste my channel points. Nah, they've been working. You can queue up your torturous music. Working as a cleaner, I had to clean tune off the walls and ceiling once. It's just what living with me is like, I think. How do I make this guy more clown-like? Or more jester-like? I can give him like a hat or something. Next, the master of pivot tables. No comment. I'm an entire continent ocean away from you. You're safe for now. I don't trust your ability to be discreet. That's free. Don't work for me. What layer is this on? I'm going to fucking rage. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no more options. It's got to be one of the fucking layers I clicked on. Oh, unless it's this one. It would be. Okay. You could add bells to his little dongle cape thingy. Ooh, that's not a bad idea, actually. Kimdo, I feel like that's literally just drawing one of your characters. That's so hero core. It is peak Jester Core. It is. We're waiting for you. It's not like I invented the idea. Give yourself a little more credit. I feel like doing clowns can go very poorly. You know what I mean? I feel like you can veer too much into like cringe ICP territory or something like that. Not that there's no, I'm not a big ICP guy, but I was gonna say not that there's anything wrong with that, but just not my thing. Much like drawing animals, clowns are very much like one of those things where you can certainly fall into a category of person. Next thing you know, I'll have Deadpool as my profile picture on Facebook. I'll be talking about my court cases. Take me out. Take me out. I don't know if that's working. I was a mascot once for a week, then I quit. Why would you quit being a mascot? That sounds awesome. I'm not even joking, guys. One of my favorite jobs was working at McDonald's. I know I've said this like a bazillion times, but it's true. I am deep down a McDonald's head. I'm a McLover, dude. I was a bartender at a strip club for a while. That was a lot of fun. Just very bad for my mental because it turned me nocturnal. Apparently humans need sunlight. Yeah, that was me in McDonald's, dude. I worked overnight at McDonald's. I did the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. It was fucking brutal. Put the fries in the bag, rat. With pleasure, dude. If you give me the same pay I have now and work at McDonald's, bro, I'd actually probably be happy. I should have just spec'd into like McDonald's management. My dad also worked as a bartender in a strip club. He also dated a stripper once. He's a interesting guy, I guess. Didn't the beeps drive you mad? You kind of tune them out. You just sort of stop noticing them as much. I only ever knew one stripper, and she made a lot of money. Like, a lot of money. She told me she was making like 3 grand a week. I don't know if she was just saying that shit, but it was crazy. I don't know if I like this. We couldn't be friends if you'd stayed at McDonald's? Why? Why not? You have like some sort of like innate racism for people who work at McDonald's? My favorite story to tell from bartending there was this time I split a blunt with Tiny Texie and her fiance in the Range Rover. Or the time Angel Summers fed me a strawberry from her own mouth. What a life. That does sound fun. Snacks so Tim's core, McDonald's workload and railroading tasks. I've heard working at Tim Hortons is a nightmare, dude. I don't think I would ever want that. Every time I went there, it looks like they're like on the front lines of a war. Like, dealing with caffeine addicts is brutal. Cheap caffeine addicts, too. Autism core. Oh, whatever. I like my interpretation better. You need to work at Burger King to be friends? I don't really like Burger King. I think I've been there like twice in my life. And every time it sucked, and I was like, this is why I don't come here. I'm a big anti-McDonald's guy ever since the BDS boycott listed them as a major boycott target. BDS? I could freaking love a Mackey's meal. I used to get given free McFlurries. Damn. She had to connect. BDS boycott. Oh, pro-Palestine. Gotcha. BTS. Yeah, definitely not that. Speaking of BTS, their new album dropped. It's bad. Isn't that just what happens to like every artist? I feel like at this point, every artist that like is good becomes bad at some point. Like every rapper ever. I know everybody still like dick rides Kendrick Lamar, but I think he's been ass for years. Not Imagine Dragons? Imagine dragging these nuts over your face. Just kidding. Just kidding. It can't get bad if it was never good. Yes. I don't know that I fully get the Imagine Dragons hate. I kind of get it, but I kind of don't, you know? Back? Welcome back. Fall Out Boy dropped Mania and it was bad, but so much for Stardust. So much for Stardust was at least better. I don't think I've been I'm not a big like consumer of Fall Out Boy. I wouldn't be able to recognize their albums. Okay, I need to tweak these. These are just not working. I think desperately. Thing really means one. Be closed in 3 weeks. Imagining a place. Seem to be. Fall Out Boy raised me, unfortunately. I mean, it was the same for me. I just don't think I ever like bought their albums or like paid attention to like album titles and like stuff like that. I was the big, you know what I would listen to if you guys are so inclined. Not that you have a choice, but you know I'm warning you. My Chemical Romance. I fucked with My Chemical Romance so hard, dude. I'm gonna cue it up. Because you're standing still. Under the Cork Tree was like the only CD in my car my senior year. I didn't own a lot of CDs. I owned a Billy Talent album because I love Billy Talent. I still love Billy Talent. I went to see them live not too long ago. I owned a lot of Avril Lavigne albums, believe it or not. It's a very weird thing. But this was when I was like a kid. I was very into Avril Lavigne when I was like a literal child. I'm talking like 6 years old, 7, 8 years old. Snack could be drawing exclusively Umbrella Academy fan art. My Chemical Romance sucks in my opinion. Yeah, well, you were glazing Imagine Dragons earlier, so I'm not offended, don't worry. You be the savior of the broken. Defeat them, your demons. I feel like I'm doing this side too big relative to the other one, you know? Me. I never got into My Chemical Romance nor Green Day. Green Day I definitely got into. Boulevard of Broken Roads? Or is it Boulevard of Broken Dreams? That's what it is. I'll cue that up too. I found that took me into the city. Knights of Sidonia fucks. The rest I don't know. Rise Against was another band I was really into as a teenager. Alexis on Fire is probably the band I've listened to probably literally the most in my entire life. Very, very not niche, I think. I don't think a lot of people have gotten into Alexis on Fire. Maybe on my stream they've heard it, but I'm gonna queue some up actually. Streets. Carry on. I don't even know if I want to do this stupid like diamond pattern. I don't want to do it. Fuck it. We're not doing it. We're just gonna keep them blank. Do bigger diamonds? You might be right. Let me try it. I'm gonna start with just the top row, and then I'm gonna line up the bottom row after. I think that'll be easier. Carry on. Cartoon One, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. This of your affairs. Avail, how's it going? Juan. You're like a Pokemon, dude. You're saying your own name. It helps. Patterns are hard. Yeah, they really are. It kinda works. I think it's still a little off. A Cerberus VT watcher? Who's that? Oh, carry on. Oh, carry on. Just a dog? I fucked with dogs. Is it a big dog or a small dog? Reads a little like a poncho. That's okay. I don't mind that. I just want it to look like it, the shapes are the same size. Maybe I give him some sort of, like, collar, too. It's getting a little too tangenty over here. Let me tweak that. I gotta make his neck longer. The zigzag is cute, actually. Thanks. I think it works, too. I was gonna do diamonds, but I think just doing zigzags are enough. I think this could come out more, like feel more like it's curving. Something like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pull it out. Just a little bit. I can say... I'll erase that other line, but I'm gonna use it as a guide. Petite dog? Ooh, woo. Shit, dude. Maybe I should watch this person. So many red lights that cast a shadow. Honestly, the standing incomplete. Get so weak, so demanding. Check their profile. It's not even a dog. It's an anime girl. Damn, we got bamboozled. It's an anime dog. I see. I see. Shining right out there on the side. Incomplete. I'm not afraid to keep on. Mouse not beating the furry allegations like that. Arr! Arr, arr. Imagine if they bring CRT monitors back but flatter. Honestly, that would be very aesthetic. I fuck with CRT monitors pretty hard. I think that'd be dope. I don't know if I need this double one here. Always black. You lie to me. Is this an elf gesture? Kind of, pretty much. You nailed it. We're just kind of freestyling with this guy a little bit. I don't like that offside there. And unafraid. Never speak. Awake and unafraid. You like to draw, Cartoon Juan? Never speak. I don't know if I like that, actually. I don't want to overdo things. That's sort of what I'm trying to watch right now. I feel like I'm getting into overdone territory. Like, too much going on, you know? Ain't going home. Oh, I cannot? I have a Fantasia. Lots of people have. That's the when you can't imagine an object in your head, right? I know tons of artists who have that. Don't let yourself don't give up on your journey, dude. If that's what you want to do, aphantasia is not a thing that's going to stop you from being an artist. I believe in you. Now, if you want to be a color picker and you're colorblind, that might be a little different, but you could still draw. You could still see values and all that stuff. I have a bunch of friends that work professionally as animators that are colorblind. I can't rotate an object in my head. I can imagine it in different states in my head, but I can't, like, animate, like, a little GIF of something rotating in my head. Today I watch alone. I'm more of a music person. I just love watching drawing streams. Hell yeah, dude. Whatever it is you're into. Oh, Kid Cut. Oh my god. Kid Cut. How you doing, dog? Blast from the past. Rubber Ross has aphantasia. He's a dope artist. I feel like the whole, like, imagining, like, objects in your head is sort of like this weird thing that, like, people have, like, mythically attached value to, and I don't think there's much of a difference between people. Well, look, I haven't seen any noticeable differences between people who can and can't see things in their mind. Granted, one of my most evil ex-girlfriends had aphantasia, so, you know. But I also know tons of awesome people that have it too. Anyone that walks beside me. Also, I'm late from Friday's raid from Nancy. Oh, I see. You're a Nancy viewer. Well, now we like you even more, dude. Or you're a swarmling. That's what it is. It's not like I recreate what I see in my head anyways. Me neither. Honestly, it's all muscle memory. I don't even know what I'm going to produce half the time. I might have, like, a rough idea, but it's never going to come out exactly the way I plan it to. Empty street, burn of broken dreams. A shadow morning walks beside me. I mean, not having an internal monologue is not that big of a deal, too. That's true. Do you guys, like, when I think, okay, I'm like narrating my thoughts word for word. Like I hear myself talking in my head. I'm basically, it's like there's another version of me in my head talking that isn't audibly like capable of being heard, you know? But I can hear him. Do you guys have that or do you not have it? A lot of people don't have internal dialogues, but a lot of people do. Like when I read a book, don't we all? No, not everybody has an internal dialogue. Not everybody can imagine pictures in their head. It's not everybody that can do that. But like in my case, you know, like I can, when I read, I'm literally reading out loud in my head. That's how I read in my head. Usually my best drawings start off with me doing a sketch based off of reference and then adding stuff that I think would be cool or applying that reference to something entirely unrelated. I very rarely have an idea in my head and just put down the idea. Yeah, same. I just started with this guy's head, and then I was like, he kind of looks like he could be a jester, and then we just built off of it, you know? I should probably save this. I don't think I've actually saved this fucking drawing. I don't think I've saved this drawing at all, dude. That's scary. Oh my god, this entire page? I hadn't saved it once. Holy shit. I had just made a new file. That's terrifying. You shouldn't have to fight at all. I remember drawing a very cool hedgehog when I was 8 or something. I nailed it, yep. You invented Sonic. I just think of the words, but it's not like a voice. No, for me, it's for sure like a voice, dude. It's for sure a voice. Like, I hear me, my exact voice, the way I perceive me, okay? Which is why it's so weird when I listen back to my streams, because the way I sound on my microphone is probably what other people hear me as, but the way I sound in my head is very different. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a different voice in my head. Obviously, because it's the echo of my own voice in my head, but I don't know how else you would read or draw and think. It's, you know, people just draw and think, Okay, well, people draw and think differently, I guess, you know? There's no real indication that it leads to different outcomes. Also, I'm lurking, but hi, Friday Raider. Hello. I've had 2 internal monologues before the army, actually. Now I only have 1, and it's very quiet. 2 voices narrating the same thing was an experience. It surprised me when I learned some people live in complete silence. Like, how's your brain quiet 24/7? I wonder if it'd be more peaceful or less. The other day, an autistic child asked me to draw a stormtrooper from memory, and I felt like I botched it. But they said it was really cool, and then they went and kept it in their bag for later. That's dope, dude. I feel like I think a lot of artists don't really realize, like, if you're not an artist, your eye is developed a little bit differently to observing art, and so some things that you might perceive as not necessarily up to par is actually pretty well received by other people, you know. Yeah, I sound cool in my head. I don't know what I sound like. I feel like I just sound like myself, I guess. I don't know. A little deeper in my head, I think, than what I actually sound like. It's probably more bassy in your head. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean. I narrate to myself what I'm going to say so people think I'm slow or regarded. Probably both. Definitely both. You also get those bad scenario thoughts. I don't have like hyper negative thoughts. Like I don't have like thoughts of self-harm or anything like that. I've definitely like had like experiments where I think about it, but I don't have like super negative thoughts. Generally speaking, I try and keep my thoughts positive, and I'm pretty active about like sort of whipping my thoughts back into being a more positive state. I'm very aware of how I think, I guess, or I try to be. Right? Obviously, emotion is a different like beast in that scenario, and you could certainly like drag yourself into being a little bit more I don't know, self-critical when you're in an emotional state. But generally speaking, I feel like I can catch myself and try to pull myself away, or at least pull myself away from the activity that's stressing me the fuck out. Like I know art is a big one. Like art is a big source of frustration for me. You know, not being good enough or not being able to accomplish a thing a certain way. That's definitely a thing that I fight for sure. But like I'm so used to that that I don't know. I know when to pull off the gas a little bit, or at least I think I do. Sometimes I definitely just crash out on stream, but and I'm sure there have been streams that you guys have seen where I'm just like super on edge because I'm just struggling with something. I have a really bad audio memory, so I forget what my voice sounds like until I hear it. Really, eh? I'm really bad with names. Like if people tell me their name, I I always forget. Like earlier we got rated by Buan, and they said call me Yusue, I think. I can't remember what they asked me to call them, but I totally forgot. Direction. By the way, I fucking love Alexis on Fire. Got to be one of the best bands ever. Couldn't believe. Same singer from City and Color. Same drummer from Billy Talent too these days, I think. Lithium. Unless it's the other way around. I can't remember. One of the drummers died or became like unable to perform, but names are the worst. Yasu, that's what it was. See? You're better than me. I'm so bad at remembering this stuff. Until I say the name out loud, I cannot remember. I have to honestly hear your name over the course of several days in different contexts for me to really know what the fuck like your name is. And I feel so bad because whenever somebody like working in a new environment is tough for that. Learning everybody's name is really difficult. I actually like actively try to like remember people's names because if I don't put effort into it, I'm just not gonna remember. It's not because I don't like them or they're not memorable. I just my brain just doesn't work well with names. And rain in lithium. Yeah, I have that problem. I'll be with a friend for a while without knowing their name, just not knowing your friend's name for a while. I think if it's a new person, that makes sense. Especially if you meet multiple people at once, swapping their names to me is like also a thing that happens. I don't like this region of the spikes on his hair. It's like too much evenness going on. Kinda, it was kinda working, but I think we could do better. I swear it was like 2 months before I knew my friend's name. That's pretty bad, dude. 2 months is a long time. You remember my name and you've known me less long. I hate forgetting people's names that I genuinely respect. Yeah. Cat Snack, my man. What up, Joseph, over there on YouTube? How's it hanging? There's a guy at work who vaguely knows my name but gets it wrong for a very similar reason of the same name, but because they're close enough, I never corrected him, and I think he's just too afraid to ask. Oh no. That's terrible. You just gotta ask somebody else. You know, at that point, you just say, like, hey, what's that guy's name again? Honestly, I don't like this spike combination either. Life hack is just, how do you spell your name? Do you think that'll work? I think I'd still fuck it up, to be honest. What are you, a wizard? Why do you want to spell? How do you cast your name, dude? Hey, I have a question. I hope you don't mind answering. It'll depend, but yeah, probably I won't have a problem answering. Let's see what we got here. As an artist, how do you figure out what you should do next? This is something I always have a hard time on. Like, there's so much one can do learning, taking courses, making projects, doing fundamentals, fundamental studies, relaxed sketching, all these things balancing. All of this is a challenge. Yeah, that is a good question. I think honestly, dude, this is gonna sound corny, but you just kind of follow your heart. You know, you just follow whatever you want to do in that moment. I don't think there's anything wrong. Now, if your goal is to like drastically improve a certain domain of art that you've been working on, I think you probably have to take a little bit more of a serious approach where you hunker down and actually, you know, focus on learning stuff. Um, but if your goal is just sort of like, what do you do? Like, should I do rendering? Should I do line art? Should I study anatomy? All this stuff. I would just say do whatever you want. If you feel like you're really straggling in a certain area, that's sort of where you can reassess. But I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think so long as you're working on something, you're going to progress at it. Now, are there more efficient ways to progress at things? Totally, right? I don't think it's like as cut and dry as being like, just do whatever you want and eventually you'll be great at it. It's like, no, you probably have to like take something serious to a certain degree. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that helps, but that's sort of how I would see it. Just, it depends on if it's a goal that you want to improve on. If that is the case, then I would say, you know, take a couple weeks to really hunker down and focus on that. If it's a goal that, you know, if it's a thing you just like doing, then whatever. You also need rest periods, right? So I couldn't grind anatomy every day for like 2 months straight. I would go crazy. You know, I need some diversity. I need to change it up a little bit. Like a little palate cleanser. The video I sent you would be perfect to answer this. Well, you could drop in the resource section, and then we can link to our Discord, or you could just drop in chat, I guess. That works too. Sorry, guys. I think you all just forgot how to breathe non-manually. That's true. I did. I did just consciously breathe after you said that. All that to say, Art of Sane, I don't think there's any wrong approach to how you learn. I think it's just going to come down to what you want to do. And, you know, just depends on your goals. The answer is going to be very different to somebody who's a hobbyist versus somebody who wants to do this professionally. I should waste my time with you. Tell me now that you want. Whatever happened to the All-American Rejects, dude? I feel like they had like one banger. Actually, they had a few bangers, and then they just kind of disappeared. Do you know any tricks to keep a character's head proportions as the head inclines up and down? Yeah. So there are ratios that you need to keep in mind, okay? So, Joseph, let's say you have a head here. I'm going to do a very simplistic head. We're going to do a front on first. I'm not going to give, like, detailed features or anything, but I'm just going to show you the zones that you want to track. Okay, here's a head. And let's say he's got a hairline here. There's another ring. There are things that happen when you tilt your head down. So if you tilt your head down, what happens is the zones that we tracked are going to shift a little bit, and I'll define the zones a little bit more. So let's say, new layer here. Let's say the forehead is a zone, we'll call it the blue zone, okay? Then we'll call sort of like, you know, maybe the middle of the face, we'll make it pink. And then the bottom one, I don't know, we'll do green. So the relationships of these zones are going to break up a little differently. The eyes are going to shift down, and they're going to curve a little bit more. And the space between the eyebrow and the eyes are almost going to touch. So things are going to come down. They're going to have a little bit more curvature to them because the skull is round. The nose, you're not really going to see... If you have nostrils here, you're not really going to see those nostrils anymore. And the nose is going to drop down, and it's going to be a lot rounder on the bottom. The mouth is going to be almost like flush to the nose. Like this space here has changed drastically. So basically what happens is all these zones now are going to start getting larger, from larger to smaller. So this top zone... This top zone here with the blue is going to become much larger. Look how much larger it is, right? It ends here on that one. Now we're pushing it down quite a bit. Honestly, it should be a little bit larger because I moved the hairline up, but... Red zone, same deal. It's going to get a little bit larger. And the green zone is going to be the smallest now. And if you're doing a head from an upward angle, it's going to be the opposite. So that's sort of the relationship. Right, so if you're tilting a head up, another thing is the ears are going to slide up. If the head tilts down, the ears slide up. So the ears are now going to be up here. And then the inverse is true. But that's like the subtlety of it, right? So I'm not gonna go real quick with this. I don't want to, like, spend too much time on this, but... You're gonna curve the other way, so when you're going down, everything curves like this. When you're going up, everything curves like this. Opposing curves. The nose is gonna shift up. The mouth is gonna curve, and it's gonna shift up. You're gonna probably see bottom of the jaw here. And all these zones are now different. So the top zone is now gonna be the smallest one. The inverse, right? So now the forehead's the smallest zone. Red zone, still pretty large. Green zone is gonna be very, very big now. And the ears, what happens to the ears, do you guys think? If the ears go up when the head goes down, well, the inverse is going to happen on an up one. The ears are going to go down. And that's sort of the relationship with things. So that's sort of what you want to keep in mind. Magic. So that's sort of how you could think about stuff. Sometimes you'll see there's a bottom plane here underneath the chin. You could typically draw that too. Does the relationship of the facial proportions kind of change the expression when you angle it? I mean, I know I made him look a little angrier here. Honestly, I could have just, like... He doesn't have to look angry. He could do neutral also. It can, and it depends, I guess. If you're tilting your head down, you're just going to get more of your brows going over top of the eyes. The reason being is because the brow sticks out over the eye. The point of the brow is to protect the eye, right? So if you have an eyeball here, say you got a nose or whatever. Cartoon Lawn, thank you for the follow. If you've got your brows here, your brows are, if you get punched in the head, because your brows stick out over your eyes, they're gonna catch the punch over your eyeball, right? And so it protects your sensitive eyes. So, I mean, that's not necessarily why you have brows. There's probably a bazillion reasons, but they are like a defense mechanism. And so having eyebrows means that they're going to stick out to better effectively defend you. And so what happens is when you tilt your head down, meaning you're looking at a subject from this angle now, like up here, well, your visual line is going to go like this, and then it's not going to be able to, you're not going to see the full eye. Maybe you'll clip the bottom of the eye here, so you'll see like the eye from here on, which is why it kind of looks like they touch. And so you get a little bit more of an aggressive look, I guess. But the cone of vision is cut off when the head is tilted down because the brows are going to start overlapping the eyes a little bit. And then the inverse is true. You actually, from the bottom, your eyebrows would actually go higher up, so you would increase this space between those proportions. The nose is going to do the same thing. So basically, all the features of the mid-face are all going to start compressing upwards in an upward tilt, and they're all going to start compressing downwards in a downward tilt, and certain aspects are going to change. Like, you're not going to see the nostrils. If you're looking above someone, unless they have nostrils on the top of their nose, which would be weird, you're probably not going to see their nostrils from a top-down view. In really extreme views, you're probably not going to see much of the chin either. I'm trying to think if I did, like, there was one I did here. Like, look how small the chin is here. The eyebrows are basically covering the eyes, you know? He's neutral. He doesn't look angry, but he just kind of looks like a neutral expression. Whereas, look at the space between the eye and the eyebrow here. There's no space. Non-existent. But then if you look at this guy, who's very tilted up, look at this massive space here, right? The nose actually overlaps the eye, whereas the nose here is like way lower than the eye. So there's a huge space here. Now, obviously, you could furrow your brow, and you can make this space smaller. Like, he could drop his brows if he's angry, you know? Like, you've got muscles here that allow you to control your brow. So there's always going to be some range of variation. Like, there's always going to be a degree of variability, right? It's not going to be 100%. You're always going to have your eyebrows at that space, or you're going to have your eyebrows at this space. It's going to vary depending on the expression, but that's sort of like nuance. I'm generalizing a lot with this explanation, and I think if you do it with this in mind, you're going to probably have a lot less of a hard time sort of figuring out the proportions, or at least guessing a little bit more accurately. Thanks, man. It's super useful. I'll think about the 3 zones. To be clear, Joseph, the 3 zones thing is not like a scientific thing I've learned anywhere. It's literally just sort of how I think about it. So I'm hoping it helps you and not confuses you. It is sort of how I interpret things. I will, like, double check my forehead region to see if my forehead's smaller or bigger, you know, depending on how it's tilted. Like, this guy's forehead, tiny, right? Whereas, like, this guy's forehead, his head is tilted down, massive. Big forehead. You know, so that's sort of how I think about it, and it really helps to push the interpretation of that perspective. Lazy Town? Oh my god, dude. Someone called Fitsuka just followed me, and they did come from you, Snack. Uh-oh. A Fitsuka watcher. Probably joined when Snack had his feed era. I never had a feed era. This is probably the most feed I've ever drawn on stream in the last, like, 2 years. Guys, you're gonna hate me, but I gotta piss again. I'll be right back. Chat, I actually have so many bananas I have to eat. I have like a bazillion bananas in my cabinet right now. I gotta fucking go through these before they go bad. So I'm eating 2 bananas and an orange right now. I'm kind of hungry. Wait, the pirate song made him pee? You guys, were you trying to subliminally get me to go pee, Beanwa? Is that what's going on here? 2 bananas at once? Yeah, each hand. Double fisting, bro. I'm getting fucking Eiffel Towered with potassium right now. I'm curious, are you using a pen tablet or a pen display to draw? I don't know what the difference is. I'm using I'm using the Cintiq 16. So, hopefully that answers your question. Whoa, I had nothing to do with the pirate song? Sure, whatever, dude. It doesn't show me who queues it up, so I'm just gonna assume. Running away from the pirate song? I'm not running. I have Bluetooth earbuds, so I can hear stream still while I'm pissing. I queued Paramore, I'll take credit for that. Alright. Now Snack's a pirate too? Ahoy, matey. I'm coming for that booty. And by booty, I mean treasure. Of course. Aye, aye, Captain. Thank you. Yarg! Hand over ye moms or walk the plank. Bro, I love oranges. Whoever invented that shit is fucking goated, dude. God really outdid himself with fucking fruit. I love this song, dude. I remember being a teenager and watching this music video on fucking YouTube like over and over. The music video for this song is so awesome. What are the top 3 best usernames you had on stream? Like on my stream, like viewers? I had one guy, my 100th follower, I'll never forget. I think it was Femboy Shy, which was a good one. There was also another one that was like basically just like I wanna fuck feet or something. It was like something insane like that. I can't remember the exact name. Femboy Shy was my 100th follow. There was another guy called Axe Lover that showed up. I really like that name because we were literally talking about taxes, and he showed up and just started like chit chatting. Never saw him again though. During the raid, I was followed by someone called Pee Pee Poo Poo Go Goo Gaga. Very nice. Don't you have a follower called Gay Sasuke or something? Yes. There was a gay Sasuke that showed up right as we were drawing Sasuke. I don't want to touch my pen and show you guys. I'm going to wash my hands and then I'll show you the... Here, wait. Oh, okay, I'm sufficiently full now after those 2 bananas and that orange. Gay Sasuke is a friend of mine. I'll bet he is. Yeah, Gay Sasuke was a good one. I had a buddy of mine try to troll me. I ended up banning him because he kept trolling me and I was paranoid that he was going to dox me. Because my friends are kind of idiots. They're not like online people, so they don't really realize like the cultures and the norms. But he joined at some point, and his name was Cat Looking to Snack, which I thought was good. Excusez-moi. Oh my god. Lore accurate Sasuke? Exactly. Yeah, we were drawing Sasuke, and then he showed up. And his name was Gay Sasuke. Oops. There's been a lot of good names, I will say. Gotta delete this. No! My carrot was on that one. Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna merge this with the layer below. What did I just do? I'm just gonna merge all my layers. I had mates come on stream and ask if I'm going to X place that's specific to the city I live in, and I'm like, yeah, I don't tell anybody that I stream. I mean, I have like close friends that know, but I don't tell colleagues. I don't tell like the only reason my friends actually know, like that one friend that like freaked me out, was not because I told him. It was because they kept asking me to hang out, and I was like, sorry, I'm streaming. Like they know I stream, but they didn't know what my channel was. And so all 4 of them basically all went on their phones and watched every single stream in the art category until they found me. And then they all just started making accounts for like an hour. And they were like, hey, come, like, answer your phone, answer your phone, answer your phone, you know, that shit. And so I was just like banning them all evening. And then I got very mad at them. And then they realized that they were all idiots. A friend that knows me IRL found out because they were watching Vidal when the raid happened. That's crazy, dude. I do wonder, like, because I feel like my voice is probably recognizable. A lot of my, like, friends that worry me, though, don't really, like, give a shit about art. So the odds of them actually, like, doing anything to, like, out me or whatever, pretty low. And all my friends that do, like, are really into art are, not idiots, you know? So I'm not overly worried. Tried so hard, got so. Losing. That sounds like my behavior type of fellas. Yeah, except they're like grown-ass men. Hanging out with my high school friends, because they're all my high school friends. Hanging out with my high school friends is weird, because it's like going into a time capsule. Like, I feel like we don't really hang out as much. We get together every now and then, play poker or whatever, drink some beers, talk shit. But I don't hang out with them that often. And so whenever I do go back, it's like going back in time, you know? Like fucking... Like, it's very old school, like type of, like, humor and, like, all like, very, very different. I guess, kind of. It depends, I suppose. They're all, like, very blue-collar guys, too. Like, they all work in trades. I'm basically, like, the only, like, soy liberal artist they have in the friend group. In you. He said he was watching Vidal and then left the room. When he came back, he was like, what the fuck, is that Nancy's voice? That's trippy. You live the white collar slop bowl lifestyle. I kind of do live. I live a very modern man lifestyle. I am very white collar. It's weird. I'm white collar, but I feel like I'd be happier doing blue collar. I'm gonna be honest. I would rather. I don't know why. Insufferable liberals are more annoying to me than insufferable conservatives. Insufferable conservatives are just kind of like dumb. But insufferable liberals are just like, they're so persistently annoying sometimes. I am a liberal, to be clear. I'm a liberal. A lot of my values are very, very liberal. All that stuff. I align more with everything liberal. But annoying liberals are just another beast, dude. I think conservatives kind of know people hate them, so that they chill out a lot more. Unless they're like full-on schizo, but... Didn't you study to be an electrical engineering technician? I did, yeah, that's true. I have a background in electrical engineering. I have a technician's certificate. Or no, diploma, what am I saying? Not a certificate. Is that considered blue collar? Yeah, probably. Like, every guy I worked with basically wore, like, Bass Pro fishing hats. And they wore camo, and they were, like, talking about going hunting on the weekends and shit. It was, like, all those types of dudes. He doesn't even wear panties? How do you know? Vidal raids are often like that. Once father of a VTuber was watching him, and then he raided his daughter. That's trippy. I think the problem I have with liberals is the false sense of moral superiority with no desire to actually do something moral. That's kind of my opinion too. On the one hand, I have a lot of respect for people who do activism stuff, but on the other hand, I also feel like sometimes my opinion of like political issues is I feel like a lot of people put too much emotional stock into something that they don't often know a whole lot about. I'm not going to go into any specifics, and I don't want to turn this into a controversial conversation, so I just want to be very clear about that before we keep going. But yeah, it's just a general pet peeve of mine, is people who are very emotionally passionate about things that they have no fucking clue about. I think your emotionality should probably match your knowledge level. And I think if it doesn't, you're doing this for sport. It's not like you don't actually care. Genuine question, what does collar shit mean? White collar is office worker, basically. Think of somebody in a corporate office, pencil pusher, paper, computer guy, tech worker, whatever. Blue collar is like manual labor jobs, like moving like lumber around, bricklaying, trades, all that stuff. Red collar is enforcement work, so police officers, border officers, whatever, shit like that. That's sort of the different categorizations. Red equal physical enforcement, or some sort of domain of like public safety. White equal behind computer desk dealing with paper, and then blue is trades, pretty much physical labor. I didn't know there was a red one. Yeah, sounds like slavery when you say collar. I'm surprised you didn't say it sounds more like being a furry, dude. You don't picture like a bunch of like cops with like their cute little blue collar or their red collars on. Makes me uneasy. Don't worry, dog. I won't put you into a collar. It is slavery, but it just looks different. Paw Patrol. Exactly. Now it makes me horny. Is your job related to art, or is art your hobby? Art's just kind of like a hobby for me. I did work as an artist professionally before, but I don't do that anymore. I have a boner now. Down, boy, down. Would a games artist be considered white collar? It's weird because I feel like it's almost like between it's like between blue and white because it's both like a trade. Like working as an animator is a trade, but you're basically like shrimping over a computer all day. It's probably more white collar. I don't know if there's a category for like creative work. What's purple collar? Is purple collar a thing? Apparently, IT is considered purple collar. It's basically people who have hands-on skills, but are working in like technical, like tech fields and stuff like that. I don't know. Anyways, none of this shit matters. But art as a job wasn't his calling. Actually, art as a job was my calling. Making no money was not my calling. That was the issue. I loved working in animation. I would go back to animation in a heartbeat if it was a secure field to work in and it paid me a living wage. Well, it did pay me a living wage, but I mean, a wage worth my skill is what I mean. And to be clear, Canadian animation doesn't underpay that much, but it's just nowhere near what I could have been making. Or should have been making. Leather collar, maybe? Was school free? No, dude. I paid my own school. But I worked part-time. That's when I worked at McDonald's when I was a student. I'm just saying that's what unions are for. Yeah, except Canada's not a union, like, animation industry. Like, the Americans are unionized. And believe it or not, they make more pay than us. Crazy. And it's harder to fire them. Wouldn't you believe that that'd be something, nice that Canada could have? But, nope. There's a lot of people in the animation industry, in particular, in senior positions, directors, stuff like that, that are very hesitant to support any unionization because they think that there's a lot of, like, ideas that being unionized is like it's gonna make it harder for people to get jobs and stuff like that. And that might be true, but it also means that like your jobs are gonna be a lot safer. I don't know. I wish the animation industry was more unionized. But unfortunately, every animator I've known is a pussy, so no offense. I can't really talk shit. I didn't unionize it either, so. I'm thinking about if I want a job that has a choker, not a collar. Damn. Somebody gotta spray this guy with a water bottle. There are like BDSM jobs, I think. There was one person I knew in chat who said they were dominatrixes. Let's rob a bank, man. You and me, 50-50 chance. I mean, I like my status in life now. I don't know if I need to risk it all. I need that spray bottle emote ASAP. Everyone's too freaky in this chat. I didn't do anything, bro. They're just like this. I can't help it. There's nothing I can do about it. To be fair, if you try to unionize, your head's probably going to be on the chopping block first. That being said, society grows if old men plant the seeds of trees they'll never see the shade of. I mean, look, the reality is, that is true to a degree. There are protections, though. You're not allowed to union bust. It's illegal in Canada. You can't fire somebody for the sake of, like, being a union organizer. It's, like, very illegal. Okay? That being said, it becomes very difficult to, like they could find, like, a bazillion other reasons to fire you, right? They could just be like, yeah, he just wasn't doing his work on time, or let's say you fuck up 1 week, they could literally just use that to fire you. It's private industry. They can do whatever they want, but... I mean, a job with not much responsibility and some good pay. That does sound awesome. If you find one of those, let me know. I just walked in and there's talk of collars and chokers. We were talking about blue collar, red collar, and white collar jobs. And I was clarifying what the difference is. And then everybody said that it sounded like, you know... We started talking about how... We started picturing cops... Because they're red collar, we start picturing cops in, like, cute little red dog collars. And then, Cartoon Juan start cranking hog. Or flicking bean, I really don't know. Could go either way. Could go either way with my demographics. He talked about working at an adult toy store and taught me about cucks. I've never worked in an adult toy store. I worked in a bong shop. Poll, do you flick your bean or crank your hog? I'm not doing that poll. I feel like that's gotta be TOS. I'm too old for these topics. Talk to you later. Have a good night, dude. Can I do it? No, don't do it. I don't know if it's TOS or not. I don't want to ask people about their masturbation habits. Come back, we can talk about 401ks and stocks. Ooh, shit. Now, guys, now I'm getting turned on, dude. 401ks and stocks. I mean, we don't have 401ks in Canada, but stocks. You're speaking my love language. I bought a comic for an indie comic fair once on masturbation techniques. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. You're a student, Nancy? Is that what you're saying? You still have that book, Asking for a Friend. Yeah, dude, they'll teach you how to use your vagina, dude. Whoa, how's your day been? Pretty good, dude. How's your day going, dude? Welcome in, Ollie the Cookie. Are you another swarmling? I think you are, because I think I saw you here yesterday as well. 3 stream streaks. Shit, dude. You honor me. You guys honor me too much. Dude. I love seeing the Swarmies show up for you, Snack. I know, dude. They're so loyal. They're so good, dude. I love the Swarmies. Swarmlings. I won't get a hold of the Kama Sutra, and honestly, it's known for the sex stuff, but it was actually a very informative book on Indian culture at the time because there's a lot of stuff in there that I was not expecting, but pleasantly surprised by. Pleasantly, huh? Y'all really testing Twitch's rules today? I don't think this is TOS. I think you could say some pretty wild shit. I don't know about polling on it though. That would be pretty wild. I'm swarming around again? Damn. The swarmlings. Oh, my aching back. It's free. Is there The issue is this sleeve doesn't hang. This sleeve does. So I gotta make a choice. Am I going short, like, not hangy sleeves, or am I going hangy sleeves? This is gonna change quite a bit. I think we're going not hangy sleeves. I think we're gonna go tight sleeves. Twitch chat would never misbehave? Not mine, dude. I keep them in line. You can make Sometimes I feel like complaining about back pain because of big boobs is a humble brag. It kind of has the same energy as complaining that your junk touches the toilet when you sit down. Bro, you might have a medical condition if your fucking dick touches the toilet water. I think it's a case of just the grass is always greener, you know? That's sort of like how I see it. You know, I think if you're a girl with big boobs, you want small boobs. Because there's probably, like, you know, running is more difficult or whatever. And then if you're a girl with, like smaller boobs, maybe you want bigger boobs. My tits hit the toilet water. I don't think you're shitting right, dude. Breast reduction should be covered by insurance once they've reached a certain size. It's only fair. I mean, I guess if they're like really fucking massive, where it's like you could tie every single issue you have to your giant titties, then sure, that probably makes sense. I'm surprised it wouldn't be. Maybe it is in Canada, I don't know. Not bragging much, but I have back pain and I don't have boobs. Yeah, you and me both, dude. I got shoulder pains and I got a flat chest, so. Worst of both worlds? Same. Living in the real world. Being all alone. What do I want to do when what are you gonna do? Who flatted his back? It's a mystery. Don't I make it jiggle? You did at some point. I have back pain right now, but that's because I've not left the bed the entire day, bro. Are you okay? You're gonna have to fucking peel you off the bed soon. You're gonna get, like, bed sores and shit. Same as everyone, I do the spread eagle. Makes PP time more exciting. My back be hurting from drawing, let alone booba. That's probably where my pain comes from, dude. Shrimping all day. Which reminds me, I gotta do some yoga after this. Lying to your mama. Living in the real world. All alone. Snack, if you find a female version of you, is it smash or pass? I feel like I watched an Instagram reel the other day about like how when you meet somebody that's identical to you personality-wise, you find them like insufferable. And I kind of relate to that. I really do feel like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like when you meet somebody who has the same behavioral patterns as you, and it's really annoying, you have like that moment of clarity where you're like, fuck, dude, is this what everybody thinks of me? You know? So I don't know if I'd really like it. I would be a babe, though. I've done those face app, like, filter things where I change my sex, and I'm always beautiful. It'd probably be Smash. Not gonna lie, I was a beautiful man. There you go. I would be evil if I was a man? Is that because you're evil now? I've met a couple people like me, I hated them. Turns out I'm autistic, diagnosed, so I kind of feel bad for hating them. Tragic. I did the face filter thing and I'm a hideous man. Would avoid. I'd hate to see the male me in a dark alley. No. 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 You okay? You okay? You okay, Annie? Annie, you okay? You okay? You okay, Annie? What game would you stream for a gaming stream? Honestly, I'm a big Nintendo guy. I'm trying to rekindle my Nintendo days. So I'd probably do some like retro Zelda game or something like that. Probably Majora's Mask. Maybe Conker's Bad Fur Day too. I think it would be kind of on brand. Being a crude squirrel running around. That does sound kind of on brand for the stream. You okay? You okay, Annie? Yo, Snack, do you want to play Smash? Which one? Oh my god, Majora's Mask. It's probably one of my favorite, like, classic Zelda games. Short men are always so sweet. Yeah, they love being told that. They love being called cute, too. Alice, but you're okay. Not you, of course I know, honey. You've been struck by a smooth criminal. That don't look right. What up, Crip? How you doing? I've dealt with some very angry short men. Maybe because I'm a giant goth woman, they're nice to me. What's giant to you? Can we all game together? Did you ever answer? I recently got a Switch and Ultimate. Ah. I have Ultimate. Somewhere. I had it on my first Switch. I have a Switch 2 now. I think I could probably do that. It's been a while since I played Smash. Granted, I will probably still fuck you up. Yeah, I'm 6'4", trust. And you hate periods, I bet. I've been fighting this Fordham, and I'm gonna break stuff. Fordham? Boredom? Is the B next to the F? Kind of is. How bored are you? Or Ford? Women just go through so much, I know. My heart's with you, ladies. Carving tool? Oh, yeah, right. Your friggin' foreskin name tool or whatever. The thing that sounds like a sex device. I remember now. I'm on my period right now. I'm snapping for you, girl. I'm 5'8", but spiritually I'm 6'7". It sounds innocent if you're not a pervert, Snack. Well, I'm not a pervert, so it doesn't sound innocent. It's a 4 dom. And you were very vague. You're like, I ordered a 4 dom online. It's like, okay. I've always felt like a giant. I'm 175 centimeters, so I don't know what that is. 5'8", something like that. That's what my driver's license says. So it's official, guys. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that curvature. I think it's too steep. Let's tone it down a bit. I'm 5'8"-ish, but I wear giant stompy goth boots. I would feel like an incel if I started wearing like elevated heels in my boot or my shoes. I feel like I'd be like height maxing, you know? Plus, I'd never be able to let a lady catch me slipping, dude. She'd always have to see me horizontal, never standing with my shoes off. At least that's what clavicle says, so... Clavicular, whatever, I don't fucking know. You just have to become goth, then it's okay. Me, goth? Bro, I look like the most white bread frat bro ever. Like, I do not look goth at all. Not with that attitude, you don't. Get a septum piercing, diva. I would never get a septum piercing. Right now, I'm wearing a hat just to keep my hair out of my eyes. So I look like incredibly frat bro-y. I'm wearing like literally like a backwards hat. And I've got like long hair, so I've just got this flow coming out the back, dude. Majestic. Do your best frat bro speech? I don't know what a frat bro speech is. His nose is bigger. It's not. You just gotta get some eyeliner and black clothes. I have a lot of black clothes. No eyeliner, though. I wouldn't want to mog the ladies, you know? Where's the jawline? Right here. Where's the mustache? Oh yeah, okay, that's a good point. I do have a mustache right now. Can I please drop a picture link this once? What are you talking about? A picture link of what? Bro's the Thornberries, Dad? Oh, okay. The Thornberries. And then I'm drawing, kind of like this, actually. I should draw myself actually drawing. This is me right now. Chopped as hell. I wonder why I have back pain, guys. I have a character that looks exactly like that. I want to show it. Go for it, dude. You can show it. Where's the posture check redeem? I'm never going to listen to it. There's no point. Save your points. Elevate your tablet or something. Jeez, I can't, dude. My tablet is like... I need to buy like an arm for something, or my desk or something. My desk is like... actually too high. Realistically, I'm sitting more like this. Probably a bit more like that. Holy friggin' link, dude. Fool, now I can find you on LinkedIn with that exact drawing? I don't have LinkedIn, so good luck with that. And then... Are you sitting almost completely horizontal? Right now I am, because I'm staring at chat. Chat is above me on my monitor, like that's like eye level. So whenever I'm reading chat, I'm sitting up straight. Whenever I'm drawing, I'm bending forward. You don't have LinkedIn? How do people survive without LinkedIn? How do they find jobs? They submit a resume, usually. I've never gotten a job through LinkedIn. Dude, why are you so chopped? Genetics, I think. I gotta fix this fucking hand. It's not looking right. I've never used LinkedIn. I don't think people actually used it. I used to get like cold emails all the time on LinkedIn, or cold messages when I had a LinkedIn account. from like animation recruiters and stuff. They'd always be like, "Come work in the studio. Come try out at the studio." I think the hand needs to be bigger. I don't really want to listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers right now. I love your big honking nose and mouth breather chin. I actually don't have a recessed chin. My chin's relatively normal. My schnoz is pretty big though. I don't know if I'm not gonna do my actual proportions because I will actually dox myself. The fuck? It was weird. I don't really know what my eyes look like. I don't look at myself from a profile very often. I feel like I'm making myself look more Asian right now. I definitely don't look Asian or evil. Looks very evil. My eyes aren't that big. That ain't it either. Anyways, whatever, it don't matter. Snack looking evil sounds accurate though. The only evil version of myself I have. This is evil snack. Once I find it. Somewhere here. Might actually be on this one. Ah, damn. There was a canvas where I had like an evil drawing. Ah, there it is. Here's evil snack. Why is her canvas tilted? Title "Do Not Open Live." I think because I drew her nipples, but I erased it, which is why it's like safe to open live now. I was being a little naughty. I worry my voice is identifying enough that people could find me. I mean, I feel the same about mine, but I just don't know. I don't think a lot of people I know watch streams. You know, you erased what? You are evil. I know. The mouse is called Sack. Fat Sack. That's right. This is my alter ego. This is my Slim Shady, dude. He's not a snake, though. To be snack. It's not snack, it's snack. I never forget a voice. Me neither. That's not true. I'm good at visual, like, stuff. Like, I can identify people visually. I'm really, really, really bad at names. And that's it, really. Are you drawing future merch? Yeah, would you guys buy my alter ego Slim Shady? I'd buy a snack plushie. Depends, is the shipping free? It can be, I just gotta raise the price by the shipping amount. I get recognized by tattoos, and it's the only time I regret them. Oh, yeah, I guess tattoos are pretty identifiable, huh? Snack body pillow? You know, there was a drawing Boba did a long time ago for Christmas. That I actually considered turning into a body pillow. Fuck, I'm trying to go to this canvas. I'll show you the drawing. I just didn't know how logistically to make it work. But a long, long time ago, Boba did a drawing that I was like, you know what? This could actually make a pretty good body pillow. Let me try and find it here. This is terrible, dude. Here. Here's your body pillow. I hate that this exists, dude. Holy shit, can we not say for work art your Sona? You can just never post it in the server. Because we have a no not safe for work art rule. I don't care, dude. It's not me, it's a fucking little avatar, dude. I legit thought you would be a body pillow. It would be like a body pillow. I mean, it could be. This is like the perfect format for a body pillow, you know? Boba's so skilled at drawing, he only uses it for evil. I know. He's done other sus stuff. I'm trying to think. What other things he's done? He did a gif of me pissing once. Pissing myself, to be clear. I do like this one quite a bit. This one's really nice. That thing would respectfully not be allowed in my house? Alright, fine. You keep your socks on in bed? Apparently. I don't. Snack a ball for digging in the ground? That's right. Well, yeah, same goes for my Sona, but it's voiced like me. Like, what if people pretend it's me? I mean, people don't know who I am, so I don't really give a shit what they pretend. If you wanna crank hog to a little anime mouse with big titties, I have a very strong separation of self from like my online persona and my personal life. So. Yeah, there've been some good ones. He's done so much fan art. This would also make a really good Christmas sticker. This one here. Holy fuck, that's massive. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it do. You know it do, Crit. You wildin' for that one. The girl who doesn't want body pillows in her apartment. Spends her points on big fat titties. I see. Anyways. The timing was so good, I'm sorry. It's true, it was. I do like the exaggerated forearm on hand proportions. These are so good. Yeah, he's cracked. I'm a woman of the people, and those people want mouse titties. You know, it's never actually been confirmed if they're mouse titties. Male mice do have like comically large testicles. There's a bit of a rumor and or myth and or urban legend that it's actually my nuts coming through my shirt, but they have so much personality. I struggle to put that in my fan art of you. And in huge nuts. Once my stylist arrives, I'll draw you as a baby again. Oh no. Not the babification, dude. I thought it was your elbow? You thought what was my elbow? This was a good one. We had a stream where I got everybody to draw with their left hand, and this was the result of that for Boba. This was Boba's left hand drawing. That's pretty much how I draw with my left hand too, but I'm not gonna leave that on screen too long for the obvious penis, but thanks, Snack. I was worried I couldn't violate your plushies for a moment there. Okay, I feel bad. I'd like to clarify my last message as a joke. I'm not gonna do that. Guys, if I build a plushie, I don't care what you do to it, okay? It's yours. The second you buy it, you own it. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't need to know about it, but you can do whatever you want about it and sleep like a baby, okay? I don't care. It's a toy. If you want to throw it in the mud and put it at the bottom of your toilet, I don't care. No, no, not the jar. What I don't know can't hurt me, guys. All right? No bra, no nipples, definitely nuts. We got a Team Nuts guy. We really should have like a Team Nuts and Team Boobs, like divisions, you know? So you guys can segregate yourselves. Yeah, you can microwave me, dude. I don't care. I don't like that. I'm drawing very poorly today, or very slowly, I should say, which is normal, but Team Big Naturals, his nips are just soft right now. That's right. Maybe I got innies, you know? Will the plushie have squishable boobs? We'll add it as sold separately, so I can milk you guys for more money. Make one of those boob mouse pads. That would be really good, actually. That would be cool. I feel like if I did that, I'd probably open up like a little section on the Discord so that people could share their IRL snack figures. That'd be cool. I feel like it's the least, like, I feel like it's almost so egotistical, though, to make, like, a statue of yourself. I feel it's like, there's something really fucked up about the idea of being like, I'm gonna sell and market a figurine or toy of myself. That seems insane. I don't know. But then it's not really me. But it is kind of me, you know? Let us design merch for you in the Discord? I would feel bad. I don't want to, like, steal your guys' idea for money, you know? You can draw whatever you want, though. I'd love to see it. Snack Funko Pop. I bet I could carve a tiny snack. That'd be crazy. I feel like that's feeding into like Kimdo's idea of the jar, which I don't like. Cannot unsee that. But for real, is this your elbow in a shirt? My elbow in a shirt. What are you talking about? Like on my character? The elbow is behind the breasts. Saying breast sounds weird. The breasts. Here, we're gonna have a little snackception, so I can teach you guys about snack anatomy. So I should probably move it so it's not like behind my actual guy. Like the elbow is like back here, you know? And then this arm just goes down here. Who knows what it's doing down there, but... Snanatomy. Exactly. Snatomy. Every day closer to the jar. No. I can't make toys, guys. I don't want the fucking cum jar like Fate. You cannot tell me that's not your other hand. What isn't my other hand? It's so weird seeing it flipped. It's so strange seeing it flipped. My hand is like down here. Sitting peacefully. Unhornily. Down here. It literally looks like a dog paw. Arr! My dog would eat you? I mean, that's a normal fate for a mouse, I think. That's why the boobs jiggle every now and then? No, I'm not jorking it. I have a theory that says the arm is an empty sleeve and his hand is actually pushing his nuts up. And the testicles get trapped between the tablet and the chest, giving the breast illusion. Boy, this was awkward to type. Sorry if someone's eating. I'm sure the cum jar is a million times worse. If you made a plushie, I would make clothes for it, seriously. I don't know anything about plushie making. So, I don't know. Maybe if there's a company... I don't know. Do you 3D model that? How does that work? The merger shit is a lonely you. I can't wait for you to make a rigged VTuber that has actual jiggle physics. Honestly, guys, I don't think if I made another PNG tuber, it'd probably be a 3D model. Where I can, like, actually track my hand movements and my face and my head and all that stuff. I don't think I'd do anything 2D. From what I could tell, you either make a commission model and then you send that to a manufacturer to see if it can get made. They'll probably make some adjustments so that it's more appropriate for the production process. and they'll sell you a model and a quote for what the minimum you need to produce for them, and then you'd sell those. That means I'd have to fill my apartment with like a like an inventory of fucking snack figures. What if they don't sell, and now I just have a bunch of like little plushies of myself in my apartment? Vlad is back. Thank you, Ian. Sweet release. They will almost certainly sell. You've got a lot of confidence. I'm not so confident. Realistic 3D scan of your face with mouse fur added. I mean, you guys know what I look like. It's in my profile picture on Discord. This is the real me, guys. The real me. You could do a limited production run of like 50 to 100 and see how quickly those sell out. Man, 50. There's only like 48 people here. How many people are going to buy 50 of them? I don't know what that background is. To me, you're in a shopping cart. It's my little secret. My partner was cracking up when he saw your profile picture. Thank you. He said, "Is that Snack?" I said, "Yeah, that's him. The real one." This is the song about getting head, isn't it? I just realized. We want to boost his confidence so he does a face reveal one day. My face being not public has nothing to do with my confidence levels. I'm not. I love Snack. He's my mouse best friend. Thank you. Okay, let's get serious. What's the stick he's holding? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what to turn it into, you know? I don't know. Maybe I add more detail to it. No idea. No idea what it is. It could be a standard bearer or something? Sometimes you just gotta lean on a stick. That's true. I would like the stick to be a bit more decorative. I will say these whole things here are pissing me off because they don't flow properly. Like, this should be higher up, I think. And I know I've been fucking around with these, like, the whole stream. It's because they're driving me nuts. Like, that ain't right. You see how this curves up? The bottom of it should be here. Something like that. Hard to get the bottom there, though. But then it doesn't work, you know? I don't know how to get it to work. It's a giant flute. Sometimes you just gotta lean on a stick. Could be a standard bearer or something. Blah, blah, blah. He's playing pool, fishing rod with lasers. I mean, I feel like it would have to be something jester related. I just don't know shit about jesters. Where are my ICP fans at? Where are my juggalos at? Give me a little education here. I know some of you guys are juggalos. Even though I mocked you guys earlier. Come out of the shadows and teach me. Poleaxe? Okay. I don't think he's like a fighter though, you know what I mean? A majorette's baton. Like a straight up baton he dances with. He could do that. God, these fingers are fucked. Look up a bastoncello. Give him a second one and they could be stilts. But that involves changing the arm more. I don't know. Batons cello? Burton cello? Is that what it is? No, it's definitely not a Burton cello. Would you write baston cello? A super long marat. I'll look those up. Burton baston cello. Okay, kind of like that, I guess. Why is it so hard to find an actual image of this? Bastoncelli? No, that's... Okay, let's look up Marat. Marat. Ooh, yeah, Marat is probably... That's probably more what I'm going for, actually. Whatever you said, Crip. A super long Marat, yeah. That is kind of what I'm going for. I do gotta put, like, a head up here, though, if that's the case. Yeah, it's this hobby horse. I'm thinking about something like that with a big stick thingy for self-defense and traveler. Is he a traveler? Kind of. In my mind, he kind of actually is. He's sort of like a traveling jester, almost. Like a jouster's use. I feel like he's definitely more of an entertainer. A little mischievous entertainer. I should put PK's face on here. I won't, but I could. Medieval Hisoka. I don't know what kind of face to put here. Probably some sort of like clown thing. He gives Dulmagus vibes from Dragon Quest VIII. Let me look that up. Dulmagus. Kind of a little bit. This guy just looks like a Dragon Ball Z character. I guess it's the same artist. That is actually kind of a better aesthetic for these sort of lines here. You ever see Punch and Judy? I've never seen Punch and Judy. I don't know what that is. What if it's just a bag with belongings on top? It could that would make my life a lot easier, I won't lie. Something like that. Kind of looks like a testicle. Again! Again what? How much longer are you streaming for today? You know what? I'm vibing today. I might go a little longer. I might go a little longer. I do have to swap my headphones soon, though, because they keep telling me they're dying. I also kind of wish these pants were, like, checkered, maybe. But I know that's going to be a giant pain in the ass to do. It's also probably something I should do on another layer in case it doesn't look good. Wow, we're blessed with a 5-hour snack stream. You're so lucky. You guys are honestly the luckiest chat on stream. Or on Twitch. Circus tent pants. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do a bit more detailing. I don't know if doing detailing in the hair is a good idea, but I'm on another layer, I think. Yes, I'm on another layer. Snack's ego's out of control. That's right. Have I ever told you guys that I think like a lot, maybe not most, but a lot of streamers, I think to be like a streamer, you have to be a little bit narcissistic, maybe a little bit. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that's just me. I'm honestly not that big of a narcissist, but I probably have an abnormally high amount of confidence for most people, I think. Or arrogance, I guess they're both interchangeable. What if patches that look like checkers? That's a good idea too. Arrogant people don't think they're arrogant, though? Is that true? What if it's just like an impulse, you know? Like not having a filter or saying dumb things. I had that like most of my life. I am mostly joking, guys. I don't think I'm like some sort of like evil narcissist, but... I like that. I think this looks better. The spacing on it is a little bit nicer. Sometimes arrogant people can see what they're doing. Exactly. I don't think like the two are mutually exclusive. I think you could be like self-aware and like arrogant, you know? And I don't know that you don't have to be like malicious either. I feel like a lot of like there's a lot of like stigmas around like personality disorders and stuff like that, where people just assume that if somebody has like a certain personality disorder that they're bad. And I just don't think that's true, you know? And there's probably a full spectrum of things where people are a little bit more one way or another. I feel like myself growing up, I struggled with a lot of social empathy. And I don't mean like I hurt people or anything like that. I just I feel like when I was growing up and when I was learning, it was really something that I had to manually teach myself, like what is okay to say to people and what is not okay to say to people, because I feel like my filter was just really out of whack when I was younger, and it took a lot of trial and error and a lot of mistakes to really sort of narrow that down. But I don't think I'm like a bad person. I just think, you know, it just wasn't intuitive to me. Even now, it's still not fully intuitive to me. I feel like I have to like manually stop myself from saying certain things sometimes. I'm constantly told I'm arrogant, and I always tell people the same thing. If arrogance is my one flaw, then it's justified. Yeah, it's not the worst thing to have, I guess. It's just that if you have like a lot of like strong personality flaws, you're also probably more likely to be a bad person. Like you're probably more prone or predisposed to having negative behaviors towards others. But I don't think it's like exclusively like that. Yeah, it's always a spectrum. Yeah, yeah, it's like a bunch of dials on like some sort of like complex circuit board or something like that, where each person has like different degrees of something. But I will say social interaction for me sometimes can be not manual. Like I don't mean like interacting with people is a manual thing, but trying to not say the wrong thing is definitely a manual thing that I have to like consciously think about. And it's not even like I can't read the emotion. It's like I can't fight the impulse. I don't know how to like explain it. Like I know saying a certain thing is probably bad in a certain moment, but I have to like I had to learn to sort of fight that urge. Because for whatever reason, my brain just naturally wants to say the wrong thing. Same thing at the moment, but it's more of a cultural problem. Westerners are a bit mushy in terms of what you could say to them compared to Arabs. I know this sounds like generalizing, but it's mostly what's up. I don't know about that. I don't really know about that. I think people in general are sensitive towards things that are disproportionately impact them, right? And I think in the West we're probably culture wise a little bit more protective of certain things because we've had progress in certain areas. And so when people want to regress in certain areas, people get really up in arms about it. And I think yeah, I don't know. Like I think people like get offended the things that disproportionately impact them, you know? I don't know that it's like it can for sure be a cultural thing. But it's also it could be a thing where it's like if you're not in a culture that's like as accepting of traditionally Western things, let's say, then it's likely that the people who would speak out probably don't feel comfortable speaking out, you know? To qualify as arrogant, you have to actually actively refuse to apologize for your behavior because you feel it's self-justified. If you ever feel bad or find yourself monitoring your behavior, you're the textbook definition of non-arrogant. You know, well, the thing is, what if you grew up being really defensive of your behavior, and then as you got older, you sort of matured and realized the not to say I learned how to be more empathetic when I was older, but just sort of being more understanding of how you impact other people's developing social intelligence, I guess, or emotional intelligence. Like, I think when I was younger, if I offended somebody, honestly, when I was like a teenager or whatever, if I hurt somebody's feelings based off of something I said, my mentality was probably just like, fuck them, dude, they're weak. They're pussies, you know, or whatever, some shit like that. I'm not even joking. That's probably actually like what I would tell myself to cope. But once it has like reaching impacts into relationships and friendships and stuff like that, it's a thing that you sort of reassess. And I think as I've gotten older, you know, I've definitely dialed my behaviors back quite a bit. But when I was like in my teenage years, I was a fucking psycho, dude. I just did not care. I really think like I was a completely different person in my early 20s to like now. Like I was a lot more argumentative, like it was very different. But also that's just sort of getting older too, you know. Some battles aren't worth fighting. Or worth the stress. I think one thing I've learned growing up and hanging out with different people, and honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I think a lot of sort of this is a shout out to ladies. I think a lot of learning to mature emotionally involves sort of broadening my friend group out to different people. I didn't really hang out with a lot of girls growing up. I hung out with mostly just like locker room talk type dudes all the time. And I think you know, I think sometimes guys, even if you offend them, this is a big generalization here, but I think a lot of the times you could be offending a dude or a buddy, and it's possible he just won't tell you. You know, I feel like guys sometimes just don't do that. They're just not really. I don't know. They just don't do it. And I've seen it in my buddies where, you know, they'll tell me like certain things that people say will offend them, but they don't say anything because they just don't want to be confrontational or whatever. They just don't want to be seen as like, you know, like a bitch or whatever. Stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of the girls I hung out with in particular were a lot more outspoken, and it made me a lot more emotionally aware of like how the things I say impact other people. It's still a difficult thing for me to work on. I'm not saying this is an exclusive thing for women, but I do think that the guys in particular are not sort of trained as much to manage that growing up. At least in my experience. That being said, I didn't hang out with a lot of chicks, so maybe there's a bunch of dickhead chicks out there, which I'd be willing to bet tons of you guys have had experiences with too. Do I like it with or without the... I don't know. I'm still torn on the hair. I'm gonna leave it on its own layer here. I'm gonna lock it just so I don't accidentally draw over it, but I'm iffy on it. I think that's changing lately, though. I think so. We're talking about development and growth, and you know, understanding sort of where lines are with other people, emotional intelligence, being able to determine what hurts someone, what doesn't hurt someone, all that stuff. But yeah. And I think broadening... The one thing I will say, Twitch streaming in particular, has really, really, really helped me broaden my perceptions of people. Because you interact with so many people across so many different backgrounds and spectrums and all this shit. You really sort of it's your preconceived notions about the things that people believe or think of or act or react to things, they kind of fall apart once you're exposed to like different groups of people for such a long time. Nuclear Gabber Pie. Wait, what the fuck? Nuclear Grabber? You're back, Grabber? How's it going, Grabber? Thank you for the follow. Again. Uni Def broadened my perspective and acceptance of people. Yeah, I think so. For a long time, I was unoffendable until a major mental breakdown. I think I thought of myself as somebody who couldn't be offended, and I still kind of do to a degree. I think for me, it depends on the dose. I think if somebody's being annoying constantly, then I will just sort of, then I will get irritated. But if it's like a one-off thing or whatever, it's whatever. But when it comes to Twitch and my community, I'm very protective about how other people react to things. Even if a certain thing doesn't offend me necessarily, I really think like my philosophy is that if enough people, or the majority of the people, or even I assume the majority of the people would take something the wrong way, it's better for me to just squash that. Because I think the goal really is like group cohesive like enjoyment. Even if a thing doesn't bother me necessarily directly, if it bothers enough people, that's like, as I've gotten older, that's sort of been my indication of like what's okay and what's not okay. Now, that being said, you also end up festering and breeding like very what's the term? Why am I forgetting this term? Like basically where everybody thinks the same in like a group. Echo chambers, right? You risk having echo chambers as well. But I do think that like that's not necessarily a bad thing in a sense where the goal of like this Twitch community is not to like debate politics or have diverse thoughts. I'm not like a debate channel. I'm a fucking art channel, right? So the objective should not be, some crazy battleground of ideas and shit like that. It's just not really what the channel's about. And so I think, prioritizing like the chillness at the risk of sort of having a unified groupthink is not really something that bothers me or feels very consequential to me in the context of Twitch. Hey, bruv, what up? How you been? Yeah, I know, took a break from Twitch for a while. Oh, shit, dude. Well, I'm glad to have you back, bro. I think another thing, too, can be if you experience a lot of people sort of saying things that make you uncomfortable, it also sort of broadens your opinion. And this goes back to what I said earlier, where it's like you can sort of perceive how you act with others based off of like when you experience something that you do on yourself, you're like, oh wow, this is really fucking annoying. Thanks, man. Glad to be back. Hell yeah, dude. Hopefully you got a little refresh off of Twitch. A little too dark. Yeah, bit. Just had a lot going on, but we keep at it. Hell yeah, dude. Well, look, it's been a while, I guess. So, like, we've been doing a little bit of everything, I've switched up my style a little bit. I don't know how long it's been for you, but I draw with, like, an ink pen now, mostly. Last time I was here, you were working on the animation. How'd it go with that? Oh, damn, bro. It's been a fucking minute, then. That sort of I never finished it. It's still open here. If you're talking about this animation in particular, it's still open. I never finished it though. I gotta take another leak. I'm the freaking piss machine today, dude. You go water or field. BRB. We're back. Gotta go. Good night. Thanks for the stream. Do your thing, big dog. But Snack, this isn't the iconic hair pattern you usually do. I know. I'm trying to switch it up a little bit. I feel like this character in general is a little off of what I normally do, which is why I'm changing it up as well. I could do the little triangular hair pattern that I normally do, but I want to try something else. I think it's important to try different things, you know? Oh yeah, I indeed remember it till around here. Still valiant effort though, yeah. The effort is valiant, I'll take that. Give me a second. Okay. By the way, what's the stabilizer I keep hearing about? Glad recommended me when she heard I was drawing with a mouse. Some brushes have built-in line stabilizers. I don't use any. I don't know if this brush has one. Maybe it does. But I don't think it does. There are some that do. And I've never used line stabilizers in my life, so I'm probably not the guy to ask. But I know a lot of artists do. But essentially what it does is, let's say you do a hand movement like this. If your hand would have like jittery, wobbly lines, kind of like you see how there's like some natural bumps and curves, the brush would straighten those out and even those out. And if you're drawing with a mouse, a line stabilizer is not a bad idea because the mouse is so finicky to use, you know? Drawing with the mouse is based. It can be, yeah. You can't really get any like line weight variety though, unless you're manually adjusting your line weight. That sounds brutal. Meh, it's overrated? I don't think it's overrated. I think most people don't want to draw with a mouse. Like, that'd be, like, underrated, wouldn't it? Or do you mean overrated in the sense that, like, the clout you get from being a mouse artist? I am a mouse artist, technically. Crafty rodent? Exactly. I just really want to get this arm done. Guys, I'm low-key very tipsy right now. The way you're writing implies that you're a lot more than tipsy, dog. I use a stabilizer sometimes, actually, but it isn't compatible with any of my painting brushes, so I don't use it to paint. Ah, so you only use it for line art, then? Where are Nancy's keys? Yeah, because my line art's cooked, bro. Is it? They're different skills though, rendering and line art, you know, so you can work on it for sure. I don't like how far in his elbow is. I kind of want it to flare out a bit more. What are your stabilizer levels at? Are you talking? You're not talking to me. I don't use line stabilizers. I like watching you do line art because I can barely do it. Yeah, man, I can paint, but I don't actually feel so good with line confidence in my proportions. Your proportions are fine, dude. What are you talking about? I think your paintings are great. I think you should give yourself way more credit than you do. You're a very skilled artist. Oh my god, I don't want to listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers. The elbow needs to go lower. Thank you. I've hated my art for years, but I'm building a confidence. Lots of nice streamers have been nice to me, such as you, Snack. I use that like 100% stabilizer. I mean, I don't know why you would hate your art, dude. Don't hate your art. Your art's fine. I do think part of like being an artist is also just sort of hating your own shit, but it's just part of the game, you know? That's how you improve though. You gotta be pretty critical. Hey, put some respect on RHCP. Don't do that. RHCP. You use no stabilizer? No way, you're lying. I don't use a stabilizer, bro. Look, I'll move my pen here. Look. You can see my hand jitters. See? You see all these little bumps? This is me trying to do the straightest line I can. You can see when my pulse hits. Is it like vibrate? It changes the brush direction. Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah, I've listened to them like a gazillion times. I'm just like, you know, it's kind of just over it, I think, a little bit. No one draws straighter lines than me? Uh-huh. Lukewarm jalapenos? Exactly. I have a 50% stabilizer on right now, but I'm trying to do line art. I mean, look, I don't know if this thing... Maybe this thing has line stabilizers on. I don't know. If I do, I don't use it intentionally. My stabilization's at 1. Putting it at 0 is not going to make a huge difference either. So I guess I do technically, but it's nowhere near like this would be if I really crank this to like, I don't know, what's the most it could go? 100? This is gonna crash my computer, isn't it? Yeah, look how slow that is. See how it drags behind? Look how it follows my cursor, but it's always like behind my cursor. That's because the software is like adjusting your line stability. I don't like it. I don't like using line stabilizers. I'm just gonna put it back down to 0. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I don't notice a difference. I don't like lag between when I move my hand and the brush, like, comes out, you know? Wait, you can modify the line thickness with pressure on the stylus? Yeah. So if I push... Well, with this brush, it's weird. It's not so much pressure. It is pressure, but this is as thick as I can get it. And then if I lighten my hand, it gets a little thinner, but then the line skips, and that's as thin as I can get it, basically. But if I move faster, right, so if I do this, it gets even thinner. So for this brush, speed controls how much ink comes out. Imagine drawing on paper and that motherfucker drags. When I first started drawing, I tried line stabilizers. I just didn't like them because I came from drawing with mechanical pencil, and then I was like, you know what, fuck these things, and then I never used them. And I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I feel like I've trained my own like hand stability quite a bit. But the thing is, I don't really know if there's any like detriment to using them. There's probably tons of really skilled artists that use them. I just don't. At least not intentionally. If I do, maybe there's a version of a brush that I use that uses stabilizers, but like this whole hand still feels really weird to me. Where's my reference at? I think it's about time to wrap up, guys. I think it's been a pretty long stream. I think we'll probably wrap this shit up. He's not human, chat. Even if you use stabilizers, it's like aim assist in video games. Whoa, 5 hours, new record? I've had an 8-hour stream before, I think. Or 7 hours, or something like that. Is it like aim assist? I don't know. I just don't... I like the control I have without them. You know? Anyways. I'm used to not using them, that's all. But I don't think there's anything wrong with using stabilizers. Alright. Let's see what some people are doing here on Twitch. We're gonna rate a furry artist, I think. Okay. Right on brand? That's right. You know me too well. Thank you, everybody, for coming out today. I appreciate you all for showing up to the stream. I will see you guys all next Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You guys know the deal. If you want to know when I'm going live, make sure you join our Discord. Sorry, I'm trying to type I'm doing my little going away speech while I'm typing the Raiders, or Raidee's name. I'm, blah, 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 blah. Join the Discord. If you want live notifications, make sure you go into the rules section. Make sure you click the little purple dot that allows you to get live notification role. And then that way, whenever I go live, you'll get a notification. No more stream tomorrow. No, we don't do Monday streams anymore. It's only 3 days a week now. So the next one's going to be Friday. And I will see you there. And if you want critiques, make sure you post your art in the critiques channel. If I'm live on stream and you're in chat, I'll go over your work and give you a little bit of feedback, all right? Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I will see you on Friday. See you there. I'm going to raid your butthole. Want to see me do it again? Please. Bye-bye.